Oh no, I've got a tummy ache. But I'll be brave for you guys. I'll be brave. Okay. That'll about that'll about do it. Howdy. Starting a little bit early because I said that I would call the person who I'm talking to on the hour, or a little after the hour. So, starting a stream early means we get to talk together. What's up, guys? We're talking together like good friends, except we don't know each other. For the most part. Doing good, doing good, doing good. No, my tummy ache went away. I was hungry and I just wanted some filling but low cal food. So I just had some soup and some leftover rice. But I mean, it was canned soup. The consistency felt a little bit off. I think I should have boiled it longer, but I was in a hurry. Um, so it gave me a tummy ache, but I'm better now, so it's okay. Hey Emma, I'll get back to you after stream. Always got to add pepper flakes into soup. Yeah, I didn't even season it properly. I added hot sauce, salt, pepper, of course, garlic powder, and rosemary. But I didn't add pepper flakes. I probably added too much hot sauce. I should have boiled it longer. Excuse me. That sounds like a not great soup. No, it was fine, just JBP went on the Murray Franklin show. Oh, we'll talk about him. Wait, is this a meme? Oh, this is a meme. Okay, sorry. I didn't know if it was a daytime host I didn't know about, and I sort of answered there before checking to see that was a Joker reference. I'm sorry to hear that, the Big Evil. Dark Brandon actually stood up to the moment? Yes. You goddamn goobers. We got some more Dark Brandon content. Yeah, I mean, I know it's still just like posturing, but stuff like this is refreshing. Like my standards have been set so low by the Democrats that like if I have to have a Democrat party, I want them to be talking like this and not the like phony bipartisanship, you know? I didn't see the Biden speech because I always watch that stuff on stream, but I'm just, yeah, we'll watch the speech. I wish they'd stop trying to let the neocon majority off the hook. I don't think there is a neocon majority. The party is like aligned with Trump. The neocons have kind of gotten just annihilated by the more open fascists. Everyone should know we had 770 people show up for phone bank in August. Oh shit, sick! Guys, Emma Dearest is one of the organizers for the Progressive Victory 2022 Discord. 770 people showing up for phone banking over the month. That is fantastic. That could be you. You could be that cool. If you chose to be. Spectacular stuff. How are the lizards? Lizards are doing just fine. The bearded dragon is shedding right now. That's where she is. She's that orangish, out of focus lump. They do be lizarded. You remember that ex-conservative British kid you had a convo with like a year ago? He joined the Discord server like a week ago and got banned after being a Catholic theocrat. Ah, well, the brain damage shifted forms, I guess. Whew. All right. I hope we're all doing a little bit better than that. Well, anyway, we're going to be having a conversation on my race view. Should always be fun. I want to talk about JBP and AI art as well. Man, dude, I get the weirdest... Okay, this person might be watching the stream right now. I'm not going to say their name or anything like that. But the email title that I got is concerning your recent videos on mixed race relationships. Okay. And the opening sentence of their most recent email to me is, I do think interracial relationships are less loving. Okay. No, it happens a lot, man. like I'll say something that's like ostensibly anti-racist, and I'll get people being like, "Okay, Vosh, I know you're coming from, but," and then they'll say something that really just sounds like racism, but they're like, "But it's not racism. This is like the progressive position." It's, I don't know. I don't think it is. Hey, Merrick. Um, yeah, whatever. Uh, we'll probably have that conversation in a few minutes. It is progressive to be against race mixing. Yeah, of course, of course, of course. So how's everyone doing, huh? I've had a pretty productive day, all things considered. I was up until 6 a.m. last night. I just could not sleep. I was in bed for 4 hours, just laying there. I could not get any sleep. It felt horrible. Normally when it's like that, it's because I'm horny. Like I didn't jerk off that day, and then I'm just laying there stubbornly. With an erection, thinking like, I'm not that weak. I can fall asleep without jerking off. And, I'm usually wrong. But this time I jerked off yesterday. So, like, I was just laying there, just, like, not falling asleep. I was tired, too. Fucking sucked. What did I do during my vacation? Fucked around in Unity, mostly. Had a lot of fun with it, too. Learned some wacky techniques. Difficulty. What is it, 6 now? Oh, there you go. Okay, here, I'll go. I'll make a call. Doot, 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 doot. Howdy. You can call when ready. Who are we debating? Just a guy who emailed me. Not a public figure. To my knowledge, could be a setup, but... just give me a sec. My stomach doesn't hurt. I still feel off, though, from all that soup. Oh, yeah. Falling apart. Right in front of you. Just caught in the undertone. Just caught. Howdy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, actually.
Awesome. I know you had keloid surgery, I think, recently. I hope you're recovering well.
Well, right now,
Hope
the
you're doing
real difficulty is that I have a tummy ache from soup that I ate.
well. Oh, no. Well, that seems like it's a pretty good result, if you ask me. I had a couple surgeries myself, so I know how tough it can be to recover.
No, it's ruinous. I would take anything over the tummy ache.
I feel you. So thank you for having me on. I just want to start by saying that I've been a fan of yours for like 2+ years. I appreciate you a lot for having me on here. I think the contributions you've had on this platform, radicalizing people, spreading class consciousness and socialism, is really amazing. I despise leftist infighting personally, and I think despite our differences in any way. I think by the end of this conversation, I know I'll have more in common with you than like a neoliberal or a fascist. I just want to put that out there to start.
But, right?
Right, exactly. I think your content on race is kind of troubling in some ways. I think you sometimes can tend to have in my opinion, neoliberal colorblind approach to racism and prejudice. I don't think you can treat the experiences of Black people and white people as the same. I know biologically racist practically means nothing, but as a social experience, and I think there are arbitrary racialized structures that have tangible impacts. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Right, exactly. Okay. But I think a lot of rhetoric I've heard from you regarding race and prejudice, it kind of verges on that colorblind approach, I think, because it ignores, I think, sometimes the power dynamics that inherently exist within a white supremacist society. So, for instance, like I'm sure you've heard of the racism versus prejudice sort of concept when it comes to marginalized people and sort of the white majority, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, like, prejudice would be like, I hate white people, and like obviously that's wrong. That's bigoted. But racism would be like prejudice plus social power, where it's like, I hate Black people, and I could take away your voting rights as like the ruling majority.
Yeah, I
right?
don't like that perspective.
Okay. I would like to get into that. Why do you not like that? I mean, I think it's pretty. I think it sticks. It sticks up with like the test of time. I think, historically speaking.
Well, I mean, it hasn't really, because it's still a pretty niche definition that's emerged relatively recently from like academic spaces. Um,
True, and yeah, sorry.
no, it's fine. I just think I would rather distinguish between racism and systemic racism. There are two reasons for this. First of all, there's nothing semantically incorrect about racism and systemic racism being the distinguishing characteristics here. When what you talked about there, like both are racism, but one of them actually like is weighed by social power. You know, I think that's well conveyed. And the other thing is I mean, it's kind of like I guess an optical thing, but we're talking about terminology, and the point of terminology, all language is to communicate meaning. So the problem is the whole like racism equals prejudice plus power thing is really bad communicatively when trying to get across the point to people who are not like in the bubble, you know? Like trying to explain
Yeah,
to somebody like, no, it's not racist for a black person to scream fuck whitey and then hit a white person on the head, then run away. Like that conversation goes nowhere fast. And I feel like it'd be so much easier to just go, yeah, it's racist, but it's an individual act of racism. It's not really a contributor to like a broader, like systemic type of racism. And I feel like that's like I've never had a conservative like look at that distinction and cause the same kind of trouble that they would if I was trying to do this like prejudice racism distinction.
yeah, I would agree with you in most cases, but I think that it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. I think you could say that someone saying, fuck whitey and hitting a white person is really it's bad, it's prejudice, it's bigoted even, but you can also lead up with, well, okay, this is why. I mean, there's systemic issues that affect his daily life. There is a structure that has told him and people like him that he is subhuman and that he should hate his own skin color, and of course like denies him opportunities left and right. So like I think that conversation can be had and still getting across the point that what he did was wrong, you know?
Yeah, but you can do that while still saying what he did was racist. It's literally a hate crime. The race
Mm,
was the distinguishing factor there. But that doesn't take away from the
yeah.
analysis. Like you can just say like, yeah, it's racist to run up and hit white people while screaming fuck whitey. And then you can be like, okay, well there are these other issues that are more, like racism isn't really defined by the rates of people running up to other people saying fuck your race than hitting them. Like there's more to it than that. Um but yeah, like I just don't feel there's any semantic meaning gained outside of like trying to technicality out the racism thing, like to try to like
Right.
yeah, make it harder to convey meaning.
I'm not trying to remove the severity of, the act of committing a crime that's like racially motivated, of course. But I think when you say that, oh, that's racist, to something that a black person does, considering the context of the socioeconomic and racialized history, I think that kind of, in my opinion, I think sort of negates his experience or his or her
No,
experience.
not at all. You can be a victim of racism and still be racist. I don't think it negates the experience at all. I don't think there's any relationship there at all. Like there's no way in which it negates the experience. Like I feel like that's a non-starter. They're not related, right? Like the experience is there, and also it was a racist thing they did. But I don't think those contradict in any way.
I think people would often conflate those things, though. Like I hear a ton of conservatives say, like, "Oh, this is reverse racism," or not letting me revoke CRT from my school system. That is like some sort of reverse equated racism with like like for instance like the social systemic issues. I think
Those
have
people aren't
an
going to be
enormous factor.
I agree, but those people are not going to be brought over to the correct position by arguing that what that hypothetical black person did isn't racism. If you want to bring those people over, then you have to meet them where they are with the acknowledgement that it is racism, which is, true. And then you can be like, but here are the distinguishing characteristics. And I
Okay.
don't think this is a social issue that can be solved with a semantic redefinition of what racism is. And I haven't seen it ever convince like any people who have wrong positions on race issues.
Mhm.
I've never seen this work to like
Right.
enhance people's understanding of the issues. Often the opposite happens.
I yeah, I would say that with people who don't necessarily agree with like critical race theory, absolutely. But the way in which you approach it, which you don't use specified language, you just kind of use like a broad approach, like, oh, that is like the same, that is racist. But you can also, I understand now having this dialogue with you that is your perspective, but I think to an average person of color who just comes into your community or is just like looking for leftist spaces and hears you, that distinction might not be known. And I think you have a broad appeal, I think, with people who were once liberal or even sometimes far right, and you have a really good way of de-radicalizing fascists for sure. But I think that that's not your entire audience, and I think there's more people out there who I think misconstrued maybe how you approach race because of that. And I think it's important, I think, to acknowledge someone's different experience
But I'm
and
not
how you address them.
But we're not talking about experience. We're just talking about a semantic rewrite. If they misunderstand my position, that's unfortunate, but they're not really the audience that needs to be targeted, right? Like black
I
people who
disagree.
feel aggrieved by the racism versus racism equals prejudice plus power thing, like those people
Mhm.
probably aren't voting for Trump, you know? We shouldn't
That's true.
be terming these concepts around what appeases the sensibilities of people who already agree with us. We should be trying to construct them in a way that makes them as broadly agreeable as possible. And in this case, we can
Uh,
do that without being dishonest or anything. The definitions I use are correct, and they don't lose meaning.
I I would it's tough because I think I'm afraid we as leftists are making the same mistake that the old socialists of like the 19th century made, or the 20th century as well, where they did not include sort of or did not acknowledge the difference in oppression between white working class people and poor blacks, and or just the experience of blacks in general. Because I think in some ways race transcends socioeconomics in many ways. Because like LeBron James could go to court and use his money to get out of it, of course, of like a serious allegation, but he could also have the cops called on him and be killed in the process.
Yeah, it's
So like that is
intersectional analysis.
absolutely 100%. But I think as leftists, I think we should not make the mistake of um, excluding someone's experience, because
But I'm not though. Nothing that I'm doing is negating anyone's experience or denying intersectional analysis. It's just if racial prejudice is racism by definition, that's the way it's been used historically. That's the way people think of it. We choose definitions for these terms, but we're not gaining meaning by switching over to the, I don't know, woke or academic version or anything. If
well,
anything, we seem to be losing meaning because fewer people understand what we're saying. Like, how many conservatives have you seen saying, like, this isn't racist? And then there are liberals in the responses who are like, well, technically racism is prejudice plus power, and they're like 40 likes, 500 responses because conservatives are
right.
just not putting up with it. It's really easy
Yeah.
to just go like, yeah, that thing that a black person did was racist. That, however, is not the same as systemic racism. It just works a lot better. I don't think you're denying any experience doing that.
I think it is kind of I guess I would say like ignoring the power dynamics between the two groups.
Well, that's the difference between regular racism and systemic racism.
Well, but it also is interpersonal racism as well. Like I think the power dynamic between individuals within that systemic structure can also be problematic. I think, like I mentioned earlier, like, well, do you know about the Central Park birder?
Yes.
Who had that's actually that's my uncle, and that's a very close connection to me,
Oh.
and that was awful to see her weaponize her whiteness like that, and she knew what she was doing, and that is something that exists at all times. If you wanted to call the cops on me, this is just an example, but of having power dynamics between us. But if you wanted to call the cops on me, you could do that as a white person, right? And that could cause serious harm to me. That is not an even playing field that I would judge the morality of prejudice or racism.
But I don't think it is, because the effect of interpersonal racism is enhanced by systemic power.
Right.
And
Exactly.
that's like the main weight, by the way. That's the
Mhm.
distinction. If you like a black person being called the N-word or whatever racism they may experience interpersonally, like, I'm white, so I'm taking a guess here, but I'd be willing to stake a bet that the majority of the negativity associated with that comes down to all of the associated power structures aligned against black people and the knowledge that what's happening interpersonally is just a reaffirmation and a strengthening of those things, that every system is weighed against them, and this is just like a visible, evident expulsion of that bias. So the systemic
Yeah.
part, that's the harmful part, but I think you can explain, like, what I'm saying right now, like, and we agree on that, but what I'm saying right now is what I would say to a conservative when trying to explain the difference between these two. I have never succeeded or seen anyone else succeed in getting a conservative to go along with well, it's not actually racism because there's not the power element, you know?
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that point. Where like it seems like it's talking to a brick wall of like, well, my experience, and also when it comes to like white privilege, that gets used a lot, I think, and it's true in many ways. But the way in which it's described often, like a poor person from like a poor white guy from the Appalachian, area would not associate their experience as being privileged. But I think on top of that as well, I think like by policing our language to, in my opinion, kind of appease uh, the right, it I think it harms our means of spreading solidarity.
I don't think it
I think
appeases the right though. I just think it's the understanding and the terminology everyone gets behind. I think the right benefits, in fact, with the whole racism equals prejudice plus power thing, because it makes us look like lunatics when black people will do obviously racist shit, and white liberals will rush in to be like, well, technically that's not racism. Like, that's kind of a gift to them. It makes us look as divorced from reality as they say we are.
I think in our conversation we understand that difference, but I think most Republicans would not. And I think when you do use the language that they're comfortable with, I personally see it as like implicit in their worldview of what racism is, and it's factor in like if you say that if you do equate it with like, oh, that it was, yeah, I agree with you, that was racist. Oftentimes, one, that conversation ends there, and so they're like, yes, you agree with me, that is racist, and that is it.
That's fine.
And
That can be the end of it sometimes. Sometimes black people
I
are
totally
racist,
disagree.
or
I
or
totally
or
disagree.
women are misandrist, or whatever, and we can just be like, yeah, that happened. It was bad. That's fine. People do bad things.
Yeah, people do bad things, but I think the conditions that they're born from facilitate those actions. I don't think you can just say like, oh, he's racist and that's it. I can say,
When
that is a wrong act that is fueled by prejudice, but it is born from an experience of unimaginable
when you
torment for 400 years.
when you
So
pull
it's
out a sociological equivocation like that every time a minority does a bad thing, you make us look really bad. Just letting you know, like, because they notice, right? Like, everyone sees, they're not blind, everyone can do bad things, but when the left sees a white person doing something bad and we're like, yeah, fuck them. But when a black person does something bad, we're like, okay, well, obviously this is a product of this and this. Like, that makes us look really, really bad. Because white people, like racist ass white people, also are what they are because of the social influences over which they had very little control. Even
right.
people who are at the top of the power hegemony are ultimately subject to forces that they have no control and very little understanding over. So when we only pull out those justifications when minorities engage in this behavior, it makes it seem like we're cheating, basically. Like we're like faking it. Like it's a like an ad hoc defense we can throw out at the last second to absolve people of wrongdoing. And that's how it's perceived. So I think it's okay. If a black person does something racist, I think it's okay to just go like, yeah, there's fucking racist ass black guy there, That sucks. And just, if you want to turn that into like a broader thing, I think that's okay. Like, you can use that as a springboard, but I don't think you have an obligation to then frame it like in a way that you're like absolving them or sort of deflecting individual guilt,
Well, yes, I agree that it shouldn't absolve them of guilt, of course. Like that is what I would always say is like, like of course what he did was wrong. I'm not just saying that as like a filler. I truly believe that if someone like robs someone in an inner city, obviously robbing someone is bad, but like think about his experience and what he's been through and what led him to that. And I think like you can
Okay.
you can like believe mutually that someone does something wrong and bad, but like also at the same time fight against the system that like almost force them sometimes to do those things, because when you're in abject poverty, obviously you're forced to do things that middle class, upper middle class people wouldn't have to do to survive in some cases. And I'm just saying, adding that context, I don't think removes any sort of guilt. I think it just adds empathy and understanding, and also on top of that, it sort of negates that idea that black people are inherently violent or
Yeah.
inherently
And
predisposed
that's
to like to violence.
and that's good, but you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that by reterming the definition of racism, and you can't just do that for minorities then. Like, there are a lot of white cops who are racist as fuck, and they're racist because they grew up to like abusive parents in the suburbs just outside the city they police, and they've spent their entire life being told that like like interracial relationships and mixed race children are like plagues in society and people need to be kept their own. They're as subject to social biases as any poor black person who has to steal to survive. We're all subject to those. If you want to address the like sociological root of a lot of these problems, you can bring that up. But like, how would you feel about a conservative who pulled that line after a cop shot a black guy who was unarmed? Oh yeah, he shot a black guy who was unarmed, but keep in mind that cop's been subject to so much propaganda about the violent nature of black men, and also, all the training that cops get these days like encourages them to be really reflexive with gun use. Like, you would call them out. You'd be like, no, fuck that. They shot that guy, like, yeah, there are systems that go into this, but like, he did that shit. And I think we need to apply that standard equally, because if we don't, I mean, it does make it look like we're, kind of playing favorites for our political benefit.
I sometimes don't care how I come across to people who are upset by the fact that there are systemic injustices and differences between power dynamics between white people and black people. So like, for instance, like, yes, what they did was both wrong and they both have different influences as to what caused them or maybe fueled them to do those things. But we're talking about like a legacy of socialization that is I try to describe like the structural. I meant like throughout history. I'm talking about like Levittown. So like his family, right? Levittown, GI Bill, black people were completely void from accessing the economy for most of American history. That influences both of their lives. Say the black man in this case who robbed and stole. His family grew up poor. Their family had, his grandfather was a great grandfather was a slave. On the other hand, this guy his parents grew up in Levittown, had a different experience. Those are not equal. I don't know. It seems like you're equivocating both experiences, saying like, oh, regardless of what influenced them, they're both equally as bad. I don't agree with that.
No, they're not equally as bad. They're equal in the sense that both of them are the explanations for why they are what they are. They're both equally powerful in influencing the behavior. Whether you're on top or on bottom of society, black or white, male or female, trans or cis, wealthy or poor, everyone on an individual level is subject to biases they have very little control over, to a pretty comparable extent. When you're powerful, you can shape biases in others, but, everyone, 95% of the people in power have like crazy daddy issues, like everyone's just a psychological mess. So when you're talking about these systemic issues, with black people or poverty or whatever, you're pulling that card, but pulling it exclusively to the benefit of minorities. This like, well, let's only talk about this, like it's not racism, sure, that was bad, but let's do this. I feel like you're not really addressing the problem there, because at the end of the day, the problem is our inability to communicate these ideas effectively to the people who don't agree with us. And if you're using language that ostracizes or divides or makes people feel like you're playing partisan games, you're less likely to do that. So normally I'm not a fan of ceding ground, but I don't think we have to here, because you don't cede anything by saying, oh yeah, that was racist, and you can follow up from there if you want.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think because the outcomes are completely different. For instance, like a black person robs someone. This is a very like, he's a subject of his environment. Of course he has to do what he has to do to survive in some cases, but white people historically have like burned down Tulsa, Rosewood, these examples of black autonomous cities.
We're not talking about races as groups. We're just talking about individuals' behaviors here.
But you can't separate the two. That is, I think you cannot separate those experiences from the broader history of race and racism, because they obviously intertwine at every moment, I think.
It's not about ignoring the experiences. We're just talking about the experiences of the people involved here, though. If there's a white guy who did something bad, they're that white guy. They're not the white people who burned down Tulsa. If a black guy does something bad, they're that black guy, not all black people doing crime in America or whatever.
No, of course not. But I think that the experiences of Tulsa and Rosewood um, imprint on all of us, of course, and that dynamic and and that being allowed to happen with impunity impacts everything, I think, and it impacts the way we look at each other, the way we look at race, and that has been those are just two examples that's occurred throughout history.
But
We're
I'm not
talking
ignoring
from
that. I'm fine
well, I
talking about that.
well, but you seem to divorce it from the interpersonal as opposed to influencing the interpersonal.
No, well, I mean, it does influence the interpersonal.
Right.
Tulsa ain't happening interpersonally anymore because that happened like 100 years ago.
But
Um,
the wealth disparity that created affected people, black people, I mean, these people run out of town. All of their wealth was liquidated, literally, and they were forced to leave and just be in utter poverty. And this happened throughout the South, throughout the North. So it that material change affects everybody. It affects the country. It affects the individual. It affects us now, even, of
yeah, but
course.
being poor and having been victimized in the past doesn't mean that you can't be racist now. You can be bad and do bad things regardless of whatever bad things have happened to you or groups of people you belong to in the past. That's just part of life, you know? I mean, if you take, like, you were talking about Appalachian coal miners before or whatever, you know? Be
Right.
willing to
Right.
bet quite a few people who today are part of the Ku Klux Klan come from families that are, let's say, socioeconomically deprived. Um, you know, probably a lot of shit stuff happened back then too. And is there a correlation between rural poverty and joining the Klan? Absolutely, undeniably, there is. Um, but you can acknowledge that, but you don't have to do that in a way that you know shelves blame or anything. I've talked about stuff like that with the Nazis. You know, a lot of Nazis these days in America are like
Mhm.
incel white boys who get picked up
Right.
on forums online by, like, you know, essentially groomed by people who are looking for psychologically vulnerable young men with a poor sense of self-identity. That's something you could acknowledge, but then you can, you know, well, they're still Nazis. So black guys, you know, affected by the history of racism, great. But if they do a racism, they do something bad, I think it's fine to just go, yeah, that happened, that it was shit. There are black guys who do fucking drive-bys and gun downs in inner city areas because of, you know,
Right.
gang activity. A lot of
Right.
sociological stuff plays into that, but man, you're not going to convince anyone out of racism by being like, okay, well, you know, they screamed "fuck you, whitey" and shot a white guy from the car, but it's not racism. You know, let's talk about Tulsa. Like, you're not going to bring in anyone over on that. You have to lead in proper. Yeah, it was racism. No getting around it. It was bad. Um, but let's talk about why we're in this situation. You know, and you
Right.
divorce it from the individual. You're like, okay, so why are we here? And then you can talk about the big stuff.
Well, I guess how I approach this is like I take the big stuff and then I incorporate the individual because like I totally agree with you that like you can do both. Um, at like what you just mentioned, like that exact sort of frame of mind and the steps you just took, absolutely. But I think it's vital to not forget the because like poor white people and poor black people have so many commonalities, of course, and it's always been the objective of the ruling class, I'm sure, as you're aware, to divide white and black people by race, and that's always been the case since you know the inception of slavery, chattel slavery, I should say. Um, Andrew Jackson, universal white male suffrage, basically did away with any sort of basic solidarity movements for like the better part of the 19th and 20th century because essentially you could be poor and white and still say, well, at least I'm not an N word. That was the saying.
No, I
And
agree, but
so,
I ain't doing
right.
that. I'm just saying if there's, you know, you're in mixed company, you know, the left or whatever, and there's a black person there and they're being racist, I think it's fine to call that out. I don't think you're excluding. If anything, I think you're being inclusive there because you're holding black people and white people to the same standard on an ethical basis. You know, I don't
Yeah,
want
but
to work alongside racists, so I think we should call out racism.
well, well, okay. So if privilege exists, right, for white people and black people are, let's say that black person was resentful of that system and they lashed out in that way, I would I wouldn't say, oh, I don't want to associate with you. I'd say, listen, I understand, I get it, but obviously, well, it depends on what person you're talking
I
about.
don't get it. What the fuck does the existence of racism have to do with the moral justification for lashing out at a white person? I don't get that at all. I don't think doesn't that
I
feel a
think
bit
that
patronizing? It's like, oh,
no,
you were racist, but you're black, so I know it's tough to not do racisms, but you're just gonna have to keep it in. Like, I don't know, they're adults, they can not be racist.
no. Okay, I think that I don't. I think it's patronizing at all. I think or patronizing. To say. It. I think it's just a difference of perspective here. I think my understanding of the black experience, at least as I and others I know and love, and just as a group have experienced, influences everything. I mean, it influences, and because that division and all the things we're talking about when it comes to systemic injustices affect decisions. I mean, it affects how you look at
But
someone else.
that's an excuse
Because
for racists too.
what?
That's an
What'd you say,
excuse
sorry?
for racists too. Systemic behavior affects, all this affects behavior. Like, yeah, it does, sure, but plenty of white people are racist for sociological reasons. I mean,
But not for systemic reasons. I mean, well,
no,
they are,
yeah, for systemic
not
reasons.
but in the position of power. That's the difference. They are
No,
racist for systemic reasons, but for the relation of powers they
even if
have
you're in
over people of
power,
color.
even if you're in power socially, that doesn't mean that you have more power over the systems that affect you. Everyone is subject to those. No,
I think if those systems are dominated by a white ruling class, then absolutely.
no, because then you're just entrenched in white hegemony. The fact that you're a part of
That's
the
been
what, being
most
wait,
of American history, though.
being part of the dominant group doesn't mean you're less susceptible to the propaganda of the dominant group. In fact,
Uh,
oftentimes it's the opposite, where dissident movements and dissident thought are more prominent outside the hegemon. Within the hegemon, you have the greatest degree of conformity.
right.
So if the argument is black people just do the oopsie whoopsie racism because they're being they've been subjected to bigotry and it affects them. I mean, white people have been subjected to things with equal strength that may lead them to being racist, but I don't think you can like absolve behavior on account of that.
I never once said that I absolve behavior. That I've actually tried to do the
I mean, you
opposite.
kind of said, like you'd go to them and you're like, I understand why you did this. Like you would
Right,
never
because
do
we've
that
been
for a white
subjugated
racist.
for 400. Absolutely not, because their systemic situation or the effects of systemic racism are not the same. They're benefited by the system. People of color are not. It's as simple as that.
But they're
And
both
their
subject to
experience,
the ideology from the system, no?
right? But the outcomes are completely different for both of them because of their position of power.
Yeah, but if the question at hand here is how in control are you over your behavior, I don't think there's a difference whether you're in or out of the hegemon.
Well, of course, people have gotten themselves out of poverty and have spoke against gang violence. People can, or in the opposite case, have left the alt right pipeline and have commented on their experiences getting out of it. People can get out of anything, but these are age old systems that have been entrenched and have daily effects on how we see. There's this really great example of this recent study that was done where these three preschoolers, or four, I should say, were sat around the table and they're supposed to look at who's behaving badly, press a button, who you notice. And there's a black kid, white kid. I mean, it's very multiracial. But the actual test was on the teachers who were watching to see who they watched the most. And black women, white women, I believe, Latina women, they all looked like it the most. So like these are things that, like you said, are out of our control in some ways.
So,
But
as you demonstrate, we are all subject to these biases. So
there's
why should
internalized
black
oppression,
people
100%.
be given more leeway when it comes to doing something that's morally wrong?
Because the racial hierarchy is built to subjugate people of color. That is what it's built for. I mean, if you look at, I'm going to say historically again, you have white people, WASPs at the top, black people at the bottom. Every other racial group that has been in the United States was judged based on their distance to and from whiteness and from blackness.
So,
So
wait,
the Irish, for instance.
with respect, you keep answering
Mhm.
questions that I'm not. I know this. I'm aware of
Right,
the hegemony of white supremacy.
right.
What you're not getting is I don't care. What matters to me is culpability for one's own behavior, a sense in which we are all equal. Black and white people, whether they are victim or victor, on top or on bottom, hegemony or not, we're all responsible for our behavior to an equal degree because we're all
I,
subject to the same. See, if you disagree with that, then that is by definition patronizing because you're saying
oh
black
no,
people are less in control of themselves.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that it's easy for you to say that as someone who has not experienced what people of color have
Sure, it
experienced.
is.
I think exactly, and I think that that's
It's
the
easy
problem is
because
that,
it's right.
huh?
It's easy because it's right. We're all equally culpable for our behavior. This is a very basic, like, moral.
That's the same shit liberals say, where they say like, oh, we're all the same. You know, we racism does not exist.
I did not say
Uh,
racism doesn't exist, and frankly,
right.
liberals don't either. The all I'm saying is that we're all equally responsible for our behavior, which I fully believe. Yeah. Otherwise, you know which groups we don't think that of? The mentally handicapped and children. Those are the two groups that get deferred sentencing and lighter sentences for the same crimes. But as long as we've agreed, that black and white people are equals, at least in principle, not socially, we have to acknowledge that we're all equally responsible for the consequences of our behavior. And as long as that's the case, I think it's okay to impugn a person of color for racism, just the way you would a white person, even if the consequences or outcomes are different, Like, that's like saying it's okay if, like, a girl in a relationship throws a knife out of anger
Mhm.
more so than a
Right.
guy, because a guy
Right.
could throw it harder. Like, well, no, in both
I believe
cases
that.
they're
But
both throwing a knife.
right. But in that case, though, I mean, like, men commit more violence against women domestically than I believe the
Well,
opposite. I mean,
black people commit more violent crimes, so let's not go that road. It doesn't matter. They're both responsible for their behavior. They both threw the knife. That's not good.
mhm. I completely agree, but I think there's exterior arbitrary factors that influence that, and that should be taken into account whenever you make any sort of moral judgment. I mean, like if a black person killed a Klan member, right? You wouldn't say, "Oh man, you murdered someone." Like, you would not hold that to the same
We're not talking
moral
about Klan
equivalency.
members here. We're talking about just regular white people and black people. But if a white person screamed "fuck black
Wait,
people" and
but
stabbed
wait,
a
wait, wait,
black
wait.
person to death, or a black person did "fuck white people" and stabbed a white person to death, I would say those are morally equal. Yes.
Oh, wait a second though, but you make that distinction between a Klan member and greater society. But I would obviously disagree with that, and I would say that we live in a white supremacist structure that is that while it influences white people into believing that, on some degree, I believe that white people are superior and should run things. I mean, like, that's just how it's been for
But no,
centuries, and I
wait,
think that
what does
still
that
is.
have to do with a person's decision to just up and stab someone to death based on their race? It's bad to do that. It's a hate crime. It's murder either way. Um, I don't think it's more permissible. Like, what you're arguing for right now is patronizing, because you're essentially arguing for a lesser degree of culpability for all bad behavior done by people of color,
No,
which
I would say equal culpability, but the you have to correct the um the oppressive system into
that
making it equal. So
you're
black
not
people get worse
correcting for it
sentences.
by being more permissive to white people getting stabbed to death.
I'm saying that well, that person would still get charged. I'm saying that they wouldn't be held accountable for their crime. I'm just saying, on a interpersonal level, I would understand the rage that would come behind that. I wouldn't say that they would be any less guilty of that crime.
No, okay, you can understand it in a sociological sense, but there's
Right.
no rational justification. But you can understand anti-black racism from a sociological sense. From a sociological sense, you can
Absolutely.
understand Nazi, the Holocaust, everything.
Right.
The point
Right.
of sociological analysis of people's behavior is to understand the systems that led them to that point. But that's not unique to, like, the black person doing racism. That would be the case for anyone. Like, if a Klan did a lynching, I could ponder that and go, well, I understand sociologically why this happened. But that's not. But I mean, that doesn't mean anything with regards to moral culpability.
Yes, I agree with that. I do agree. I personally think that like someone who, okay, I think we're getting a little lost in semantics a little bit, because I think we both agree to some degree that someone who commits a crime should be punished for that crime, right? And they both may be influenced by that systemic oppression in either way, in either direction, and that might have a awful outcome. But
I'm not like denying the validity of pointing out that we live in a biased system, because we do, and I
Right.
talk about that all the time. It's just when it comes down to people's interpersonal behaviors, what they actually do as an individual. I don't think being a part of the oppressed group gets you a get out of jail free card when it comes to prejudice.
In fact,
I
sorry.
think there's a lot of problems with that approach.
I've never advocated for someone getting an out of jail free card, and I don't think understanding someone's experience under an oppressive uh, system in this country is patronizing in any way. I completely disagree with that notion.
But understand, because you're using understanding differently here. Because I can understand the arguments Nazis make when they write their
Right.
manifestos before doing a
Right.
mass shooting. But you would never say, like, oh, yeah, the Christchurch shooting was bad, but I understand why they did that. Like, you wouldn't say that. You're using understanding with two different definitions, and you're, like, subtly replacing one for the other to avoid acknowledging the difference here. Because when you say understanding, what you mean is in a sense that absolves or mitigates blame. And when I say understanding, I just mean like analysis.
Right. And I think it's because of the difference in perspective. I think I have more empathy, I think, for a person of color who is in a really awful situation than I do a than someone who has benefited from the power structure in ways that they might not understand, but still have benefited. Like, this country was made for white people from the beginning, and it was never made to enfranchise or make people of color citizens in any way, shape, or form.
But I don't think that means you can run around murdering white people.
Well, of course not, but
But you have more empathy for it.
yeah, like I have more empathy for people like the Haitian Revolution, for instance, right? They
But
ran
they but
around murdering white people who were actively enslaving them.
but
And that was
that
a slave rebellion that
yeah, that
is
was a
justified.
slave rebellion.
Right. What do you
But
think
we're
black
not,
liberation movements are, though? Like I mean, the same thing with like
not
the Black
slave
Panther Party.
liberation.
Well, but in a sense, yes, I think that's what if you read Revolutionary Suicide, anything by Huey P. Newton, honestly, or Angela Davis, they talk about black liberation as a form of a slave revolt
We're
against.
not The white people in this country are not
Mhm,
slavers by virtue of their race. I'm not impugning John Brown here. You can, if
mhm.
a black person's being enslaved, they can do whatever the fuck they want to their slave owner. Okay, that's not I'm not questioning that. But like, you're equating right now. The example was a black person just doing a drive-by and shooting a white guy in the head while yelling "fuck whitey." Nothing about this is anti-racist or revolutionary or praxis or anything. So I feel like it's kind of damaging to compare that to Haitian Revolution or like
No.
Huey P. Newton's
I'm not
writings.
comparing just murder to the Haitian Revolution. That's
But
not what
no,
I'm
that's what we
talking
were
about at all.
talking about, though. We were talking about randomly killing a white guy, and you started talking about like actual revolutionary ideology, which I don't think there's a relationship between those.
I don't think randomly killing a. I'm saying I'm talking about the empathy I would have for that person as being part of the. I don't agree with what he did, obviously, but we keep coming back to this. It seems I don't condone murder, of course, against anyone, but if someone said "fuck Whitey," I understand the sentiment behind that. Not condoning the action of killing that person, but I understand the sentiment. I guess that's what I've been trying to say from the beginning, and I haven't really maybe conveyed that well. But that is where I'm coming from.
I mean, I think in a consequential sense, somebody like a black guy being like, haha, fuck whitey, and a white
Mhm.
person like fucking hating black people, like consequentially these things are different because of the
Right.
imbalance in power. Just
Exactly.
in
Exactly.
terms of like individual moral culpability, like
Right.
what they're to account for, you know? I don't think there's anything more morally permissible about a black racist than a white racist. The white racist may do more harm, but the ideology is what I'm morally impugning here. And in that case, I think they're effectively equivalent. You can see a lot of this when it comes to the interracial discourse, right? Like when we talk about anti-interracial marriage in America, we tend to think like the 1960s, where white, suburbanite dipshits were out there screaming about how our country would fall apart if black and white people miscegenated or whatever. But
Right.
if you go on social media, you're going to find a lot of black people who are repeating the same arguments today.
But
They're just
okay. But
doing it from a black perspective. And to be clear, it's the exact same ideology. No
I
differences.
completely disagree.
It's just
I
being
don't agree.
done from the other side of the aisle. But it's like building a wall, right? you can build the wall from one side or the other. You know, you can build it from Mexico or America, but when you both sides are done building, the same wall will exist right there between white and black people. Even if you're the dispossessed group, you're still building that wall.
Okay, so within the black community, there's a legacy, and you can see this like in comedy sketches. It's reflected in the culture of black men marrying white women as a means of like asserting their masculinity,
Right.
as it was often repealed from them during slavery. I mean, during slavery, and after the antebellum in sort of the new South era, one of the pinnacles of masculinity was that your wife didn't have to work, right? You can go out and make everything work, and she is at home in the domestic sphere. For black women, that was not the case for most of this country's history. They were in other white women's homes working for them. They had to work. That was emasculating for a lot of black men in history. And a means of reclaiming that masculinity was often marrying white women. And that also came with a lot of self-hatred and a lot of hatred of black women. And it's a shameful part, I think, of the black experience. I think the resistance to interracial marriage for I would say most black people is a resistance to internalized hatred and that legacy of internalized hatred rather than the same pseudo-scientific sort of like racial theory of most white supremacists who believe that, you know, white genes are superior. I know I've heard definitely some like fringe black people who said like, oh, black genes are superior. Obviously that's like racial science, but I would not say that that's even close to the majority of people of color.
It sounds like there are a lot of problems there that should be fixed, none of which are the ability for people to have interracial relationships. Like, when I see people, black people, talking about this, they're not talking about, you know, oh, we need to address this broader issue of class imbalances being reified through white women not having to work, but black women having to work. Like, they're not talking about that, okay? They're giving interracial couples the same shit that white people do.
Wait, hold on.
When
That
they're
they may not be
racist.
talking about that and using that in their arguments, but that is absolutely the history that has influenced them.
I mean, you
So
can
they might
justify
not
it
they might
however
not
you
cite
want.
it. They might not cite that as the reason why they're arguing this, but that is the reality, and that is what is understood.
I
Is
mean,
that
but you could
white
justify that all
people?
you want, but it doesn't.
It's
It
not
doesn't.
justification.
It
It is
is. Well, you're
literally
justifying it.
it is
Yeah.
literally history. It is literally what happened in this country,
White
and that
racists are also justified by history and their ideology. I
not
don't care.
justified. It is what history is. What happened. It's objective.
Wait, we're
This
not.
is
Wait, let's not is-ought conflate here. I acknowledge the racism. However, you shouldn't run around shaming interracial couples, no matter your
absolutely not.
justification.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not condoning that. I'm just saying that I from the beginning of this conversation, I said that you seem to conflate these two when they are not on equal ground, and I think there's a legacy there that we have to that has a specific connotation with black people than it does with white people, and it's not the same language. It's not the same pseudoscience of racial genes for the most part.
The Hotep types
Yeah,
do the
but that's
pseudoscience a lot.
that is fringe. That is fringe.
Um,
As opposed to majority of white people, like 48% of white people in this country believing that interracial marriage should be illegal. Like there's a vast difference there.
What 48% of white people in this country believe it should be illegal? What source is that from?
I don't remember if it's for the on a national survey or if this was for Mississippi or a specific state, but I believe that it was 48% of white people surveyed that they think that interracial marriage should not be legal.
Well,
I
I'll need to see
look
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can possibly post that. Hold on real quick. Yeah, but
big number.
there is a vast disparity on how white people look at interracial marriage in this country and how black people do.
Well, it's just historically, black separatist groups have gotten along with like the Klan and shit like that,
Mm.
and work towards the same ends. It seems like whenever, like, historically, the movements from black and from white people that oppose interracial marriage have a tendency to shake hands on specific issues.
Uh,
At the end of the
same way
day,
that the Nazis and the Soviet Union shook hands, in a sense that like
but I
we are
think they're both
enemies.
fascists.
I do not agree at all. I don't think
That's a
that
bad example because I don't think there's that much of a difference ideologically between those two nations.
Oh, I completely do. I think black nationalism, in a society in which you've been repressed and subjugated, I think it's necessary to have spaces in which you can feel safe and cultivate wealth autonomously. I mean, would you agree with that? Like if you've been denied access to the economy, if you've been racially if you have racial violence exacted upon you and you have no political power whatsoever, wouldn't you create a space where you would be safe for that?
Yeah,
Wouldn't you like remove
you can
yourself?
buy a
Right.
house and then you can only
But
marry
you
other black
can't.
people.
Most people in America could not, black people could not own land. This is another thing
Well,
too.
wait, right now they can. We're talking like
We're not,
right now we're talking about what we want right now. And right
but
now,
oh,
no, I don't.
right now what I want is I don't want people to be segregated. Of course, I think we should have integrated movements. I believe we should have, obviously, like the Rainbow Coalition was. I think we should revive that in many ways, because I think we all have commonalities, of course, but that has to come with the addressing, I think, tangibly the differences in the outcomes for both groups,
Sure.
and those outcomes.
I don't think you
Sorry.
should do that with your separate group spaces or whatever. I don't know what exactly you mean by that. Like you mean segregated areas or housing
No, no,
zone.
no.
Like,
So the I think many people misunderstand Black nationalism as a concept. I think
well, I'm pro black
historically speaking,
nationalism, but
right, right. Black
not black
nationalism doesn't mean
separatism.
no, 100%. I agree with that. I don't believe in resegregating ourselves, but I think Black nationalism specifically doesn't say no white people. It just means for the first time in history, Black people would be able to interact with white people on their terms with economic and political power.
What does that mean
And
when you say that?
what part of that?
Interact on their own terms. What do you mean? Everyone interacts on their own
Interact. Well,
terms.
no. They don't, though, because black people, if you remove political and economic power from a group of people, they are not on equal terms. They cannot come to society as equal to other people, obviously. But if you can grow your own political and economic power, you can interact with white people on your terms, on what's acceptable. Like it has been the opposite for most of history, that black people have always had to interact in hostile white spaces for centuries, and not had any sort of opportunity to feel safe in their own environment.
No, I get that, but
Right.
like specifically, what do you mean interact on your own terms?
So like you can choose the environments which you want to be in. You can, like, so for instance, like you would include white leftists in your black nationalist nation, because obviously they also want the same thing you do, like black liberation. Like that's always been a factor of socialism, is that it inherent to socialism is black liberation, and of course liberation of racial minorities and ethnic minorities and different sexualities, and
But what do
of
you
course
mean
it's
Because
liberation period.
if all you're talking about is like black nationalism spaces interact on their own terms, we mean like you start advocacy groups for black issues. You can already do that today. I don't know what specific steps forward you mean that would be more controversial. I mean, even
Oh, like,
conservatives have black advocacy groups for their own stupid reasons.
right, but they're not obviously black run, black owned. So I'm talking about black owned businesses, and black owned does not mean you cannot enter the house, into the store or purchase an item, but
Black
for
people
being
already
white.
own businesses. They already run businesses.
100%, but it's not centralized into a movement for black liberation, for one, and two, it has been obviously very difficult for black people to build wealth, and those businesses, while there and while amazing, um, do not constitute a majority, or even like a large amount, by any sort of metric. I think that there is that pool of black owned businesses is very small, I think, because historically of the repression.
I get that, but this is the more black CEOs neoliberal argument for racial liberation. I mean,
I
it's
don't agree with that at all. I think
I mean, it's not like undesirable. I agree it's preferable to a system in which
right,
it's overwhelmingly like white people on top. Um,
right.
but yeah,
The outcome is
I'm always
obviously
got to be careful when people talk about, you know, what they mean exactly with black nationalism, because I've gotten very, very varying answers there sometimes that I quite disagree with, but just need to be
I
careful.
completely agree with you. I agree with you, and I totally understand that sentiment. And I would say I would largely draw from sort of the Malcolm X sort of era of black nationalism, where it's like the white man's the devil, but I also have white people I work very closely with who are leftist, and obviously he was very close to um, leftism and Marxism. He even said in a famous speech he gave that if the white people who understand what's going down and are leftist came together with black people, you see real systemic change. And so obviously he was not saying, whitey bad, no whitey at all. He's talking about the greater system and how it influences the majority of Americans who are liberal, conservative, so
Well,
on.
he still said Whitey bad. He did renege on a lot of that stuff before his
Oh,
death,
actors'
though.
pilgrimage to Mecca, absolutely. But he did not compromise on the necessity for black spaces to be run and owned and on the terms of other black people because of the legacy, of course, of separation from black people from the economy, from political power, so on and so forth.
Sure,
Often
sure. I
through
just don't think
violence.
we have to hate white people or nothing. I know a couple of white
100%.
people.
I don't hate white people. My dad is white. I'm multiracial. So I don't hate white people at all. I just think that my dad is also Canadian. He has a lot of Canadian ancestry, and
Oh,
they've
so
done
not
some.
really white.
Exactly. Um, and I'm sure that in their lineage, they've done some horrific things in regards to the indigenous populations of Canada and North America. But I don't blame my father for that. I don't think we can blame any white person now currently for anything we've done in the past. I think white guilt is obviously wrong in the context of, well, I blame you for slavery in the 21st century. I do think, though, there should be some guilt amongst white people for the persistence of white supremacy as the overwhelming system. I think that is what we should focus on. Is that I don't want you to feel guilty for slavery. I want you to feel guilty that this has persisted for so long without us doing anything radical about it and changing that capitalistic white supremacist
I don't
system.
think guilt is a very productive emotion.
Well,
People have very little control over broader social circumstances like that. Even the president can't, just single-handedly wrest culture one direction or another. Um,
nobody can. Sorry.
Oh, well, yeah, no, nobody can. Even getting people on board with big cultural shifts like that can take a ton of time. And people disagree on a lot of these issues. There are white people who are fully anti-racist and white people who most certainly are not. There are black people who are completely fine with the system that we live in today, and black people who certainly are not. I don't know. I don't feel like anyone, as a part of their race, should feel more or less responsible for these systems, only for their own behavior, because at the end of the day, that's all you can really control.
I disagree completely because I think the when a system has been built for you, I think, and built to benefit you over others, you have a responsibility to dismantle it, and that is through collective action, stepping back, not centering yourself in groups that wish to dismantle that system, and supporting them as like allies. And that absolutely you can change on an individual behavioral level. I mean, you might not be able to do much about the system as an individual, but when you obviously collectivize, you can do something about it. I think that's what's most important is that you can oppose that system that benefits you 100%.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think that it has to be a guilt thing. You can just make a moral
Oh,
argument for it. You can
I,
just say, yeah,
I
I think people, but I would say that to black people too. See, again, I wouldn't distinguish here if you're a beneficiary of the system. If a black person is not contributing appropriately to the fight against white supremacy, I think you're just as right to call them out for it as if a white person wasn't.
But isn't that just being complicit in the system that benefits you? I mean, unless you're actively and constantly attempting to subvert it and dismantle it, you are complicit in it, and you may
Same for the black
agree.
person.
Well, yeah, but I think the modus operandi is on the white ruling class who have all. I don't think you can expect the same amount of.
Sure, I
I mean,
can.
I think that there should be, but I can understand why someone who's absolutely devastated by poverty in an interstate community, who's black, who has the compounding factor not of class but also of race, might not have the same tools to fight the system in the same way that someone who has benefited from the system, who is likely upper middle class, can in the
But
same
it's not
way,
about
and
the
you can use their
tools.
privilege to destroy it. It is about the tools, though.
No,
If
it's
you
about
cannot.
moral. It's about the like the ideology that you're criticizing.
No, I completely
No, it is
disagree because
a
you
utilitarian
can't.
framework is acceptable when we're talking about people's behaviors and actions and such. And
Mhm.
obviously, if you're going to choose targets on who you should, like if there's one guy you can push to like be anti-racist, and you have the choice between Jeff Bezos and some 70-year-old black guy in Detroit, like obviously you should make the right choice. You should make the utilitarian choice there, power and the tools they can use. But when we're criticizing people ideologically, like when we're saying, the moral culpability, the harm of the ideology itself, I think that's like a fairly level playing field. Now, so if we're talking like activism, like action, like changing things, then of course you should direct your time towards trying to win over the most powerful people, the wealthy, the white, so on, because those people have the greatest ability to affect change. But when we're talking about like whether it's wrong or not as like a principled, like ideological thing, I can say maybe a black person being complicit in white supremacy doesn't contribute as much harm, but it is
Right.
as bad of them to be that as a white person. And interpersonally, if I knew a
Yeah.
white person, a black person who were both um, disinterested in these kinds of issues, I would hold them both negatively to that.
Oh, I totally agree. I have no sympathy for, I think, people of color who um, reject class consciousness, or to some degree, like, promote capitalism. Of course, I'm not. I always reference the Fred Hampton quote where it's we need solidarity. We don't need black capitalism. We need socialism.
Yeah.
As an ideology, absolutely. Uh, but I don't think that changes the fact that white people hold, and this is like poor, to lesser degree, of course, but also just in general, those upper middle class, rich, have the power to change the system in so many meaningful ways that I think black people just don't have access to in many ways, short of violent revolution, of course.
I don't know if I agree with that. That feels like what is that? What do they call that? Black pessimism. I don't know if I agree with that position. Still, it's not always about what you can actually do to change things. It's about the ideology you hold. Ideology, it spreads person to person, system to system.
Mhm.
I think it's
Yeah.
important for everyone to feel on board. You want everyone to participate in the dissemination of an ideology. I don't think it makes much sense to like interpersonally weigh it, or to go like, okay, well, I think white people should feel guilty for being complicit. I think that trying to push for, you can call it race blindness if you want, but I unironically do think it's better for the dissemination of an ideology to do so in a race blind manner. If something's good, it should be good for everyone. If you're making a moral argument, that moral argument applies to everyone. You do nothing but divide the movement and create culture war bickering.
I don't know because I think, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
I was gonna say that I don't materially, black working class people and white working class people have different needs, simply because the way that they've been treated along racial lines is not the same, even though they're part of the same class. And so I think I definitely disagree with that.
Well, they may have different needs in terms of what racial problems they need amended, but if you're
Right.
making a moral argument for an ideology, that applies to both of them.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm not talking about moral. I think I'm just talking about material. In many cases, but morally, I completely agree when it comes to ideology that we should hold everyone to the same standard of, black liberation and leftism and class consciousness.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, I think all this is cut down with, Whitey's the devil, white people should feel guilty for X or Y. Oh, when a black person shoots a white guy, says fuck Whitey, it's prejudice, not racism. I think all this stuff really weighs down the conversation in ways that can make it really, really difficult for people to get on board with fighting against these systems. And as much as we don't want to be complicit, we will obviously need to word our arguments in a way that most people will be receptive to. Otherwise, we have no chance
Yeah.
in affecting any of these changes.
Right. Right. And I like the thing I want most, I think, is to get all of those blue collar Trump voters from, like, Pennsylvania, the post industrial Rust Belt, to understand that they have more in common with someone who's poor and black than they do with Trump, who's the epitome of capitalist greed. And the best way to do that, I understand, is like through making um, connections when it comes to how class affects both, but I think without the understanding of, oh, racially I have power over this person under the system, that leads to an unequal outcome.
Yeah, you're never going to get them on that ever. You're never going to get them on that.
But it's true.
No, it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. That's irrelevant. In fact, the last thing, if you want to bring those people over, the last thing you want to do is make them feel like they're wrong for having not already agreed with you. When you bring in all this guilt weight, all this, oh, you know, my bias affects me, this or that, no one's going to convert to an ideology where there's original sin attached, which is exactly what lefties talk about when they talk about checking their privilege, this, that, the other, you know. The goal is to reframe an existing moral position they hold. And most people, even conservatives, are anti-racism in their minds, you know. Their definition of racism and what is and isn't racist is super warped. Yeah. So they're anti-racist because they think we already live in a meritocracy.
Right, exactly.
So, critical race theory is racist, but like white people running the show at the Fortune 500 is just because our culture is better. You know, in their mind, that's meritocracy. But if you challenge that with this, like, oh, you're culpable, the weight of your privilege bears upon you, you must take extra burden to compensate for, you know, they'll never get on board with that. You just have to try to rewire their existing biases and frustrations in a way that makes them more aligned with our own, you know. So
I agree.
Yeah, and that's really difficult to do. It's also nearly impossible to do on race issues. The best way to do it is through class issues, because most people in America have this bereaved sense of, you know, like they're being fucked over by some group of powerful people. It's just for conservatives, it's like Hollywood and the liberal elite.
And the you know, Nancy Pelosi's fucking them over as opposed to, you know, the system of
exactly. Yeah. So historically, that's been the most effective vector by which people can be moved over. Better that than them being moved over by, I don't know, the Jewish question, which is the other big direction people go when they're told that a group of powerful elites control their lives. But that's the approach that I think works best, you know, and that's why I think there's been so much friction between liberal academic types and I guess what I'd like kind of jokingly call the silent majority in America, because these people are not respected outside their academic groups, you know?
Absolutely. I agree with almost all of that. I think for sure that and it's really fascinating too, because Republicans will look over to black people and be like, oh, you know, join with us, you know, we're part of like we're going against the establishment, you know, and they genuinely want to forge connections between everyone. I see so many comments of conservatives saying like this, they're almost there, like that radical revolutionary rhetoric is there, and they're so close to understanding that it is capitalism that is systemically oppressing them, and not, you know, the democratic establishment. Or it is, but like not the same.
Well, right, yeah, in a different way though. No, yeah, I agree. That's the difficult work. It's why the feds killed Fred Hampton, because he was effective at blending racial radicalism with anti-capitalist rhetoric that united people. Yeah, you know, he was very dangerous to them. Yeah,
Malcolm X too, and MLK. MLK was at the strike. He was at the Mississippi strike, no, Tennessee strike, I believe. And that is what killed him, I think, was him bringing together the classes, as opposed to, you know, just speaking on behalf of racial equality. He's also speaking on class unification as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, shit, it's been a clean hour. I feel like we've done the dance and had a good time.
I agree. I hope that, you know, we come to an equal understanding. I definitely came out of this agreeing with you, I think, for the most part. I think it's just like for me, I think it's the perspective that I've had in my life that colors how it's very, very emotional, I think, for me, you know?
No, I completely understand. I also don't think our disagreements are really like that severe at all.
Absolutely.
I'm sure to some people they may seem to be, but I think they're really quite trivial.
Absolutely. I would join with you in the Vanguard any day.
Right. The pro-white Vanguard, because since I'm racially neutral and colorblind, being pro-black and pro-white, you know, they're the same to me. So, yeah, with a white pride rally. Really though, I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
You have a wonderful day, okay?
Hey, you too, comrade.
Bye-bye. That was nice. Okay, yeah. I feel like so there were some points there where I didn't know if this would diverge into like a Professor Flowers tier thing, but it didn't. I don't think I don't think he's even remotely in that ballpark at all. So yeah, I don't want anyone to be like yeah. Don't be uncharitable there. I think yeah. Yeah, no, that was a good convo. Oh, I also wanted to say, just to clarify, so consequentialism, blah blah. Obviously, like the morality of an action is determined by the consequences of that action and the rules that it sets forth for future actions, so on and so forth. When I talk about like criticizing people for their like the weight of their ideology, I'm trying to assess like the moral status of the things they believe in a vacuum in their brain, and then like all the social stuff, all the consequences, all the effects are like multipliers that take place outside, you know. So like I'll give you an example. Okay, let's say we have two people who are social democrats. Okay, one of them is a regular guy and the other one is the United States president. Okay, now social democrats are pretty good, you know. I mean, they're not, I think you can go farther, but there are certainly worse things out there than social democrats. Okay, so let's say they both have the same ideology. Okay, now let's make a change. All right, the social democrat, uh, um, who's not the president, becomes a serial killer. Those are, I guess, mutually exclusive. Drops the social democrat, becomes a serial killer. Definitely a downgrade in terms of the moral worth of their ideology. Okay, you know. You know what I mean? And the president goes from being a social democrat to a liberal. Okay, so both of them experience a decline of equal worth. No, obviously the serial killer is way worse. Okay, so social democrat to liberal, and the regular not president goes from social democrat to mass murderer, serial killer. Okay, now obviously being a serial killer is worse than being a liberal. Hard as it may be to accept sometimes, that is the case. However, more harm will be done by the president going from social democrat to liberal than from the regular person going from social democrat to mass murderer. Because a president is so powerful that the differences in how much of a welfare state they're willing to fund and advocate for could lead to the death or not death of tens of thousands of people. The difference between social democrat and liberal from the perspective of the presidency involves the well-being of an entire nation, meaning that minor changes in their ideology can have massive impacts on well, consequentially on the world. So that's the distinction that I would make. Being a serial killer is worse than being a liberal, you know, sometimes. However, in a consequential sense, the ideological change from SOCDEM to liberal as the president is more damaging than one regular person going from SOCDEM to serial killer. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I mean there? Like, I'm obviously using kind of like a hyperbolic example, but the idea is I'm trying to evaluate the moral character of a belief system first, and then like the consequential stuff goes out on top of it. Because I find that if you don't do that, you start treating people's ideologies in a really inhuman way, where you'll have like you'll like you'll be thinking about like, well, who should be a socialist or who should be a progressive? And you're thinking like, okay, well, homeless people don't need to be those things because they're powerless and will probably be dead soon. And the poor don't need to be those things as much as the wealthy, so I don't really care if they hear it. So I'm not going to reach out to the poor. I'm going to reach out to the powerful. And then like you get in this weird situation where you're treating like a moral position as some kind of currency where you're trying to maximize return on every Does that make any sense? So I try to think of it as like you try to evaluate the system on its own, and then you think of how it works when applied to different groups of people while still believing it's valuable when applied broadly. So yeah, that's my thought. I don't know if this is fully philosophically coherent. I believe it's consistent with my ideology, but anyway, that's how I think of it. Vosh, genuine question. If you had his belief on leniency towards marginalized people being racist, would you also logically have to accept that you're fine with racism from Israel or Rwanda, states where marginalized persons' racism does have bloody impact? Well, in Israel, the Israelis aren't the marginalized ones relative to their own system, so it's kind of a relative determination. I'm quite sure the guy that I was talking to would be pro-Palestinian liberation. If he wasn't, I'd be very surprised. N-word, nice try. With the 888, thank you. Just recently watched Fully Cooley. Don't understand your praise for it, where the story was completely incoherent and couldn't connect to any of the characters at all. Nice try getting me stun locked, but I'm going to be brief with this one. I'm gonna be brief. The story is highly metaphorical, but it's not incoherent. It's a coming of age story that's about the relationship between Nauta and the people in his life, his waylaid sense of maturity, and the bad things that happen to him and the way he grows from it. So think of the plots of an episode not about what's literally happening, but rather about the impact it's having on his psyche and the relationship that change in his psyche has with the people in his life. So try to think of it like that. If you reading a wiki page that has a plot synopsis of every Fully Cooley episode, like line by line, would be nonsensical. But if you try to understand it as like a stream of consciousness expression of feeling, I think it's a lot more interpretable. Yeah. Somniostatic is right. Symbolism is shown literally. So whereas a lot of cowards embrace subtlety, you see, in Fully Cooley, if something is symbolic, they will literally just flash through it, animation wise. A good example, okay, just this point, then I'll move on. A good example is that there's a part in the first episode where Nauta and Haruko are standing on opposite sides of a room. They're having an argument, so there's about 20 feet between them, right? Is everyone following? I wish I had visuals for this, but I'll just try to describe it. They're having a heated argument. The pace of the argument is increasing. Nauta doesn't want Haruko to stay in his house. Haruko is a manipulative bitch and will say anything to get whatever she wants. Spoilers. And over the course of their argument, it cuts between a couple of shots, which are meant to represent the tone of the scene without actually being literal representations of space. So there are very flat, very quick flashes where Haruko is all of a sudden right in front of Nauta with a hand on his shoulder, or where he's decapitated and holding his head, or where he's slumped to the ground, flat, 2 frames, 3 frames in the middle of the conversation. And that's not literally happening. It's a visual metaphor to describe the way they feel in the scene. Namely, that Haruko is manipulative, and that he feels cornered by her. So even though they're physically on opposite sides of the room, to key you in on how he feels, there might be a flash of a scene where she's standing over him, looking down leeringly, and then it's back to where they are on the opposite sides of the room. And I really like stuff like that because subtlety is for cowards, and I think you can do a lot of interesting stuff when you're willing to be literal with your symbolism. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go over Biden's speech next. Yeah, it shows them discussing it. Ah, fuck, wait, if I just went, could I not just find that? Fully Cooley episode 1. It's so old, it's probably on YouTube, right? But I can't play it because I'll get copyright striked. But it's probably 3/4 of the way through the episode, if I remember correctly. No, 2/3? Wait, hold on.
Did it, didn't you? You should know about your own.
I'm not gonna play it. That's probably gonna get copyright. Okay, there. Right there. I'm literally just gonna show it with no audio, but this is exactly what I mean, okay? They're having an argument on opposite sides of the room. Dub? That's just what I found when I searched it. Also, the Fully Cooley dub is great, okay? They're having an argument on opposite sides of the room. And there's a scene where she reaches to try to touch the bandage on his head and he slaps her hand away in a second. And then he yells at her. But they're on opposite sides of the room. She never actually got near him. It was a way of indicating that, she was... Like she was trying to, like she was being, like, possessive and overbearing. But, yeah, just that kind of thing. Does that make sense? The scenes, every episode of Fooly Cooly is full of shit like that. I get it, but I don't know how to feel about it. That's fine. It's a particular style. There are just very few pieces of media that do that, and I wish more of them were willing to, you know? Especially because in animation, you can do a lot of really, really cool stuff. And people, the suspension of disbelief is a lot, like, higher for animation because you can do, like, wacky squash and stretch kind of stuff. Like, people are willing to be more interpretive when it comes to animation, necessarily. And you can, like, if you're willing to do it, you can get away with so much. And make it good. Could you think of another example? In Fooly Cooly? Okay, I'm not going to show it, but, like, there's an entire episode where Haruko replaces Naota's dad with a robot of Naota's dad so that she can seduce Naota's dad, but the robot of Naota's dad. And then Naota finds his actual dad covered in cockroaches in a kitchen cupboard. It's a whole thing. Didn't you say you wouldn't get stun locked? It's my favorite anime, okay? Alright, fine, alright. That shit confused me when I was little. Yeah, well, it's very confusingly laid out, yeah, but it's also, you know, it's good. It's good. Alright, Biden speech. C-SPAN, let's go! Yeah, a lot of trigger shit is like that as well. I mean, who here has watched Kill la Kill? You know how Mako will jump into a scene, and then a spotlight will appear on her, and you'll hear the hallelujah, and she'll start, like, rambling about how people should be nicer to Ryuko, and there will be takoyaki, that kind of stuff. Like, obviously, it's not really happening, you know. It's just yeah. Stop talking about anime re. You're right. That's just Looney Tunes 101. Yeah, and the Looney Tunes was really good. Looney Tunes was great. I hate this modern era of animation with, like, in the West especially, with its tweening and its, like, relative literalism. You know, I am totally okay with deliberate wacky abstraction, even if it comes across as kind of corny or overbearing or, like, even poorly executed sometimes, because at least it's interesting. All right. We're not stun locked anymore. Dark Brandon, apparently aware of the changing tides, recorded a speech on democracy today, an address to the nation with, no shit, evil red floodlights behind him. Fantastic. Take it away.
My fellow Americans, please, if you have a seat, take it. I speak to you tonight from sacred ground in America.
God, he's old.
Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is where America made its Declaration of Independence to the world more than 2 centuries ago with an idea.
He's dying.
Unique among nations. That in America,
these attempts on our democracy have left me scarred and deformed. Where's there we go. Okay, the Empire music playing out as he announces. God, look at that with the Marines behind him too, silhouetted against the red floodlights. He looks fantastic. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the First Order aesthetics from the only Star Wars sequel that I saw, the first one. Yeah, man, I don't know.
America, we're all created equal. This is where the United States Constitution was written and debated. This is where we set in motion the most extraordinary experiment of self-government the world has ever known. with three simple words: we the people. We the people. These two documents and the ideas they embody, equality and democracy, are the rock upon which this nation is built. They're how we became the greatest nation on earth. They're why, for more than 2 centuries, America has been a beacon to the world. But as I stand here tonight, equality and democracy are under assault. We do ourselves no favor to pretend otherwise. So tonight, I've come to this place where it all began to speak as plainly as I can to the nation about the threats we face, about the power we have in our own hands to meet these threats, and about the incredible future that lies in front of us if only we choose it. We must never forget, we the people are the true heirs of the American experiment that began more than 2 centuries ago. We the people have burning inside of each of us the flame of liberty that was lit here at Independence Hall. A flame that lit our way through abolition, the Civil War, suffrage, the Great Depression, world wars, civil rights. That sacred flame still burns. Now in our time, as we build an America that is more prosperous, free and just.
I know it's nowhere on the level of Republicans, but would you consider the tone of the speech nationalistic? Yeah, a little bit. But also, as the president, you kind of have to be nationalistic with your speeches because you are literally the head of state. It's kind of a precursor of the role, I think.
That is the work of my presidency.
Oh yeah, I will say, by the way, that there is a massive distinction between the kinds of nationalism that Trump promotes and the kind of nationalism that Biden is going for here, which is like, the flame of freedom burns within us. It led us through abolition and the civil rights movement. You know, again, obviously, is it like nationalistic? Is it an idealization of our history? Is this a shit-ass country? Yes, yes, and yes. However, there are worse types of nationalism.
A mission I believe in with my whole soul. But first, we must be honest with each other and with ourselves. Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Hell yeah.
Now, I want to be very clear.
He's been watching Vosh videos.
Very clear
yes!
up front.
Resounding applause.
Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans.
So this is a bit of dishonesty here that's also necessary. The goal here, so in terms of being politically effective, if he just flat out says all Republicans are bad, blah, blah, there's not much he can really do or move forward from. If he says instead, like, you know, Republicans, you know, you're not all so bad, it's just these crazies. The goal would be to create infighting and factionalism within the Republican Party. Obviously, the majority of Republicans are MAGA aligned. There aren't that many neocons left, so you know it's a rhetorically necessary device here. I would do the same thing, you know, regardless of my actual beliefs. It seems like the only way you can really handle this kind of confrontation.
But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans.
See?
And that is a threat to this country. These are hard things. But I'm an American president, not a president of red America, blue America, but of all America. And I believe it's my duty, my duty to level with you, to tell the truth, no matter how difficult, no matter how painful. And here, in my view, is what is true. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution. They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people.
Hell yeah.
They refuse to accept the results of a free election. And they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state, to give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies, empowering election deniers to undermine democracy itself. MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards to an America where there is no right to choose, no right to privacy, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love. They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights.
This is genuinely insane. This is a ridiculously aggressive speech. It's like he's been bottling this up for his entire presidency. This isn't just like we have a problem, we have a disagreement. This is explicitly antagonistic.
To the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, to the very soul of this country. They look at the mob that stormed the United States Capitol on January 6th, brutally attacking law enforcement, not as insurrectionists who placed a dagger at the throat of our democracy, but they look at them as patriots. And they see their MAGA failure to stop a peaceful transfer of power after the 2020 election as preparation for the 2022 and 2024 elections. They tried everything last time to nullify the votes of 81 million people. This time, they're determined to succeed in thwarting the will of the people. That's why respected conservatives like Federal Circuit Court Judge Michael Luttig has called Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans, quote, a clear and present danger to our democracy. But while the threat to American democracy is real, I want to say as clearly as we can, we are not powerless in the face of these threats. We are not bystanders in this ongoing attack on democracy. There are far more Americans from every background and belief who reject the extreme MAGA ideology than those that accept it. And folks, it's within our power, it's in our hands, yours and mine, to stop the assault on American democracy. I believe America is at an inflection point, one of those moments that determine the shape of everything that's to come after. And now, America must choose to move forward or to move backwards, to build a future or obsess about the past, to be a nation of hope and unity and optimism, or a nation of fear, division, and of darkness. MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger.
You made your
They
choice,
thrive
Jack.
on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies. But together we can choose a different path. We can choose a better path forward to the future. A future of possibility, a future to build and dream and hope. And we're on that path moving ahead. I know this nation. I know you, the American people. I know your courage. I know your hearts. And I know our history. This is a nation that honors our Constitution. We do not reject it. This is a nation that believes in the rule of law. We do not repudiate it. This is a nation that respects free and fair elections. We honor the will of the people. We do not deny it. And this is a nation that rejects violence as a political tool. We do not encourage violence. We are still an America that believes in honesty and decency and respect for others.
He disavows.
Patriotism, liberty, justice for all, hope, possibilities. We are still, at our core, a democracy. And yet, history tells us The blind loyalty to a single leader and a willingness to engage in political violence is fatal to democracy. For a long time, we've told ourselves that American democracy is guaranteed.
Oh, shit. Is he about to call out the end of history bullshit? The liberals' smug assumption that everything will work out? Oh, fuck. He's getting to the core of it.
It's not. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it, each and every one of us. That's why tonight I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology.
God damn, dude.
We're all called by duty and conscience to confront extremists who put their own pursuit of power above all else. Democrats, independents, mainstream Republicans, we must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving American democracy than MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy. We, the people, will not let anyone or anything tear us apart. Today, there are dangers around us we cannot allow to prevail. We here, you've heard it, more and more talk about violence as an acceptable political tool.
Never, sir.
In this country. It's not. It can never be an acceptable tool. So I want to say this plain and simple. There is no place for political violence in America, period. None, ever.
Sir, yes, sir.
We saw law enforcement brutally attacked on January the 6th. We've seen election officials, poll workers, many of them volunteers of both parties, subject to intimidation and death threats. And can you believe it? FBI agents, just doing their job as directed, facing threats to their own lives from their own fellow citizens. On top of that, there are public figures today, yesterday, and the day before predicting and all but calling for mass violence and rioting in the streets. This is inflammatory. It's dangerous. It's against the rule of law. And we, the people, must say, this is not who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. They're incompatible. We can't allow violence to be normalized in this country. It's wrong. We each have to reject political violence with all the moral clarity and conviction this nation can muster. Now, we can't let the integrity of our elections be undermined, for that is a path to chaos. Look, I know politics can be fierce and mean and nasty in America. I get it. I believe in the give and take of politics, in disagreement and debate and dissent. We're a big, complicated country. But democracy endures only if we, the people, respect the guardrails of the republic. Only if we, the people, accept the results of free and fair elections. Only if we, the people, see politics not as total war, but mediation of our differences. Democracy cannot survive when one side believes there are only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated. And that's where the MAGA Republicans are today. They don't understand what every patriotic American knows. You can't love your country only when you win. It's fundamental. American democracy only works only if we choose to respect the rule of law and the institutions that were set up in this chamber behind me. Only if we respect our legitimate political differences. I will not stand by and watch. I will not the will of the American people be overturned by wild conspiracy theories and baseless evidence-free claims of fraud. I will not stand by and watch elections in this country stolen by people who simply refuse to accept that they lost. I will not stand by and watch the most fundamental freedom in this country, the freedom to vote, and have your vote counted and be taken from you and the American people. Look, as your president, I will defend our democracy with every fiber of my being, and I'm asking every American to join me. Throughout our history, America has often made the greatest progress coming out of some of our darkest moments, like you're hearing to that bullhorn. I believe we can and must do that again. And we are. MAGA Republicans look at America and see carnage and darkness and despair. They spread fear and lies. Lies told for profit and power. But I see a different America. An America with an unlimited future. An America that's about to take off. I hope you see it as well. Just look around. I believe we could lift America from the depths of COVID, so we passed the largest economic recovery package since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and today America's economy is faster, stronger than any other advanced nation in the world. We have more to go. I believe we could build a better America, so we passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Dwight D. Eisenhower. And we've now embarked on a decade of rebuilding the nation's roads, bridges, highways, ports, water systems, high-speed internet, railroads. I believe we could make America safer, so we passed the most significant gun safety law since President Clinton. I believe we could go from being the highest cost of prescriptions in the world to making prescription drugs and health care more affordable. So we passed the most significant health care reform since President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act. And I believe we could create a clean energy future and save the planet. So we passed the most important climate initiative ever, ever, ever.
Forgot the end of that line there, I reckon.
The cynics and the critics tell us nothing can get done, but they're wrong. There is not a single thing America cannot do, not a single thing beyond our capacity.
We're gonna kill God, Jack.
It's never easy, but we're proving in America, no matter how long the road, progress does come. Look, I know the last few years have been tough, but today, COVID no longer controls our lives. More Americans are working than ever. Businesses are growing. Our schools are open. Millions of Americans have been lifted out of poverty. Millions of veterans once exposed to toxic burn pits will now get what they deserve for their families and their compensation. American manufacturing has come alive across the heartland, and the future will be made in America. No matter what the white supremacists and the extremists say.
Hey!
I made a bet on you, the American people, and that bet is paying off, proving that from darkness, the darkness of Charlottesville, of COVID, of gun violence, of insurrection, we can see the light. Light is now visible. Light that will guide us forward, not only in words, but in actions. Actions for you, for your children, for your grandchildren, for America. Even in this moment, with all the challenges we face, I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. Not because of me, but because of who you are. We're going to end cancer as we know it. Mark my words. We're going to create millions of new jobs.
We're going to kill God.
A clean energy economy. We're going to think big. We're going to make the 21st century another American century, because the world needs us to. That's where we need to focus our energy. Not in the past, not on divisive culture wars, not on the politics of grievance, but on a future we can build together. The MAGA Republicans believe that for them to succeed, everyone else has to fail. They believe America is not like I believe about America. I believe America is big enough for all of us to succeed. And that is the nation we're building, a nation where no one is left behind. I ran for president because I believe we're in a battle for the soul of this nation. I still believe that to be true. I believe the soul is the breath, the life, and the essence of who we are. The soul is what makes us, us. The soul of America
The
is
papal
defined
warrior.
by the sacred proposition that all are created equal in the image of God, that all are entitled to be treated with decency, dignity, and respect, that all deserve justice and a shot at lives of prosperity and consequence, and that democracy must be defended, for democracy makes all these things possible. Folks, and it's up to us. Democracy begins and will be preserved in we, the people's habits of the heart, in our character, optimism that is tested yet endures, courage that digs deep when we need it, empathy that fuels democracy, the willingness to see each other not as enemies but as fellow Americans. Look, our democracy isn't perfect. It always has been. Notwithstanding those folks you hear on the other side there, they're entitled to be outrageous. This is a democracy. But history and common sense.
That really plays into him here. Because every time people would heckle Donald Trump at his speeches, he would encourage security to get them out. And Joe Biden will just point to them and go, yeah, that's their right. That's a free society, baby. That plays into him so well. I was wondering if he was going to do anything about that, except for, like, ignoring it or lightly addressing it.
Good manners is nothing they've ever suffered from. But history and common sense tell us that opportunity, liberty, and justice for all are most likely to come to pass in a democracy. We have never fully realized the aspirations of our founding, but every generation has opened those doors a little bit wider to include more people who have been excluded before. My fellow Americans, America is an idea, the most powerful idea in the history of the world, and it beats in the hearts of the people of this country. It beats in all our hearts. It unites America. It is the American creed, the idea that America guarantees that everyone be treated with dignity. It gives hate no safe harbor. It installs in everyone the belief that no matter where you start in life, there's nothing you can't achieve. That's who we are. That's what we stand for. That's what we believe. And that's precisely what we're doing. Opening doors, creating possibilities, focusing on the future. And we're only just beginning. Our task is to make our nation free and fair, just and strong, noble and whole. And this work is the work of democracy, the work of this generation. It is the work of our time, for all time. We can't afford to leave anyone on the sidelines. We need everyone to do their part. So speak up, speak out, get engaged, vote, vote, vote. And if we do our duty, in 2022
Bosch.gg/map, Canvas.
then ages still to come will say, we, all of us here, we kept the faith. We preserved democracy. We heeded our worst. We heeded not our worst instincts, but our better angels. We proved that for all its imperfections, America is still the beacon to the world, an ideal to be realized, a promise to be kept. There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred, nothing more American. That's our soul. That's who we truly are. And that's who we must always be. I have no doubt, none, that this is who we will be, and that we'll come together as a nation that will secure our democracy, that for the next 200 years, we'll have what we had the past 200 years, the greatest nation on the face of the earth. We just need to remember who we are. We are the United States of America, the United States of America. And may God protect our nation, and may God protect all those who stand watch over our democracy. God bless you all. Democracy. Thank you.
Holy shit, he didn't say God protect our troops. He said God protect our democracy. He always ends with God protect our troops. Holy shit. That was legitimately an incredible speech. Wow. I'm not used to being put in a position where I have to give so much praise to a Biden speech of all people. Wow. Okay. I'll try my best to do analysis here. All right. First of all, main thing that I'm thinking of, that tone shift is not just a primary thing. That was not the attitude of like, let's ramp up and do a couple of cool things right before the primary or the midterms. That wasn't just like a, let's titillate the voters for a couple of months, then go back to nothing right after. This is a very direct, hard shift in messaging that can't be walked away from. I mean, not sanely, at least, not reasonably. It was such a strong commitment. He entered, with the bipartisanship angle, and this was maybe literally the most aggressive and ideologically driven speech we've seen out of the Democrats in the modern day. Oh my God. Can you imagine Obama ever saying anything like any of that? No shot, no way, never in a million years. Obama never would have delivered something that ideologically driven. Oh my God. Yeah, really, really, really good stuff there. I mean, obviously, is America the best country? Blah, 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 America sucks. I know. But in the context of what's being said here, people in chat were memeing that he's seen my streams, and guys, I don't know. It did feel like, at the very least, my bedtime wishes got the fairy listened to them. I feel validated. Oh my God, it's like prayer, it's like prayer. You may pray, and even if nobody hears you, if something that you prayed for comes true, you can feel it. Jesus, God, pointing out that democracy cannot survive on its own, that it needs to be defended, praising the democratic process as an antagonistic force relative to the Republicans, naming Charlottesville and the Capitol rioters alongside COVID, directly framing them alongside a global pandemic, talking about how they're fundamentally opposed to democracy, as an institution, that they'll cry about losing any time they lose, that there's no way for them to feel as though they deserve the loss. They're doing that right now in Alaska, by the way. They're saying that ranked choice voting is like a cheat for Democrats or whatever. They'll always do this. No, this was a phenomenal speech. Wow, really, really good job. Not to mention, like I said, him using the heckling protesters as a way of not only indicating commitment to the theme of the speech, which was democracy, but also distinguishing himself from Trump. Really, really phenomenal stuff. God damn. This is what I mean about the head of state being a tool to power that Democrats don't use. Because Trump would go up there every other day and scream about whatever. Biden, he's so quiet, but see how you feel? It's a socialist community, and even you guys are feeling it. That's the power of actual advocacy. That's why it's not enough to just be a politician. You have to be an advocate. You have to proselytize for what you believe in. And leaving aside any conversations to sincerity or whether or not, he personally gives that much of a shit about this, or if they just hopped him up on adrenochrome and they had a, woke Tumblrite write a speech that morning. I don't really give a shit. This is a big step forward for the Biden administration, and I am incredibly excited to see how they capitalize on it, if they do. Maybe they'll do nothing at all up until the midterms roll through. That would be very disappointing. But there is a significant possibility that this is a precursor. And what better a precursor than the arrest of Donald Trump? I mean, things have been broiling up there, haven't they? With the raid in Mar-a-Lago, the documents. If they know, and if they're going to go for it, by the way, Biden would know because the DOJ is part of the executive branch. If they know, they're coming out strong ahead of time to indicate that what's happening here isn't some partisan hit. It's about an ideological commitment to democracy. I think it's notable that he didn't mention Trump at all during the speech. Seems to me like that would be a pretty effective strategy if you were, say, intending on doing something Republicans would consider to be partisan corruption, while indicating that you need to do that thing to be in line with the ideology. Yeah, he mentioned... Sorry, I apologize. He did mention it once, but he didn't really address Trump as much as he could have, in the speech. It wasn't really about him. Sorry. So maybe it's a precursor. I don't know, man, but it's good. It's good, and I love it. Fantastic stuff. It's obvious that the Biden administration has seen all of the dark branded memes that have been going on and have kind of picked up on the fact that, people would like Biden a lot more if he dropped the bipartisan bullshit and actually, ran as a representative. Because people who vote Democrat aren't bipartisan moderates. Democrats in America fucking hate Trump. You guys know that, right? The average Democrat is not bipartisan. The average Democrat hates Trump, despises Trump. But then we elect these Democrat politicians who are like, oh, well, we have disagreements, but we'll get along. No. And maybe this has been a wake-up call for the Biden administration. Maybe this is, oh, well, hey, maybe, because while a lot of this is like cynicism, a lot of this is, malicious noncompliance, I do think that a good part of it is the liberals in the DNC, they're a bunch of 75-year-olds, they're ancient, and they genuinely don't understand that we're living in a populist era. A lot of it might actually be they're not aware of the era they live in because they're completely isolated from the common will, and they keep, they only win their reelection because of, incumbency bias and the fact that they're still generally better than Republicans. Yeah, what year is it? What decade is it? Maybe this is a real step forward. God! I am particularly fond of the fact that he framed the American spirit, as something that lives within all of us, because, I like a big melting pot, but additionally framed it as a strive for improvement rather than a complacent acknowledgement of our supremacy. When he talked about, the American spirit, we still haven't lived up to the ideals of our founding, but we get a bit better every generation. Again, is it liberal rhetoric? Yeah, it is. But it's a better kind of liberal rhetoric, because there are liberals who will treat this country like some unchanging democratic force. Where there's no threat to our democracy, that was, things were good. They've always been good. We're America, baby. An acknowledgement that this country and people, in this country, the strive to achieve what he calls the American spirit has been defined by things like the abolition of slavery, the civil rights movement. If you were going to find a way to frame American exceptionalism, that's how I want to hear it. If I'm going to listen to American exceptionalism from our president, I want to hear it framed like that, We're striving to live up to the ideas of our founding, and we get a little bit closer every time we do stuff like abolish slavery, fight for civil rights, right to gay marriage, feminist movement. If those are the marking stones by which you're going to define American supremacy, then fuck it. You know what? Okay. All right. No, fine. Sure. Yeah. Why not? Oh yeah, of course the conservatives are losing their shit over this because they're now realizing that Biden represents an actual ideological opponent electorally. Already trending hashtag pedo Hitler because we're dealing with people who are mentally 5 years old. The intention behind this speech will be threefold: paint Republicans as enemies of the state. True. Signal to violent street communist violence okay? He didn't do that. Sorry. Try to provoke a violent response from the right to justify crackdowns. Wait, what?
try to provoke a violent response from the right to justify crime. Well, if that happens, that's your fault. You can't blame... Okay, yeah. Biden's sinister plan, make us do terrorism. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Fucking babies. Biden compared millions of Americans to the monsters we shot, bombed, and later hung from the gallows of World War II. The children or grandchildren of Americans who died fighting Nazis are now themselves Nazis to Biden. True! Because they vote Republican? True! Oh, man, they're getting it. They understand. It's true. We have conservative Infrahaz, as it is known, you know. God, doesn't he look great here? I can't believe this screenshot is real. Insane how cool he looks here. I'm preemptively scrolling through the pedo Hitler tag, and it's exactly what you would imagine it is. Wait, that's not the tab that I clicked. I clicked on this tab. There we go. As you can imagine, it is it's largely Republican politicians and boomers on both sides infighting. You know how it is. And then for some reason, they keep posting this as if this makes Biden look bad, despite him looking like rad as hell here. I don't know. Seems kind of stupid to me personally. Yeah, look at the light shining off the white gloves of the Marine back there. God damn. God damn. Oh, this picture goes hard as fuck. Oh my god. Oh, here's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Wenn ja, des Volkes, gib du jetzt deine Stimme ab. Wenn ja,
I'm always saying
dann
this.
tritt für mich ein, so wie ich für dich eingetreten bin. Des Volkes, gib du jetzt deine Stimme ab. Wenn ja, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich für dich eingetreten bin.
Is this really from MTG? Yeah, of course it is. The trending tag here is pedo Hitler. We know the Republicans are monsters, and we know what their capacity for criticism is. That's not even Hitler's mustache? No, it's not. I assume it was like algorithm added. There's no way somebody could have done that manually that quickly. Also, they would have just drawn the square on instead of just superimposing a mustache over it. Yeah. I'm excited, folks. I really am. I really, really am. I've said this before. I'll say it again. There is no way out of the situation we're in right now with Republicans without a real confrontation. There just isn't. You can't. The Republicans are too bad. It's an anti-democratic fascist party. You're not going to like bipartisanship your way out of it. You're not going to smoothly, uncontroversially address this, but it needs to be addressed. Now, as for all of this, hollering from the right, I don't think this should be read as anything other than coat posting. They're afraid. No, I really mean that. I really do. I think the Republicans are... Listen! Quoting noted art school dropout Adolf Hitler. You know what Adolf Hitler said about the Nazi Party? He said the only chance that his opponents might have had to destroy it would be to have done so in its infancy, to have smashed it when the Nazi Party was still a weak organization without the weight of state power behind it. A lesson learned by very few people, unfortunately, is that in order to stamp out fascism, you have to do it aggressively, early, and with overwhelming force. And I think the Republicans... Nah, fuck that. And I know the Republicans have been crossing their fingers hoping the Democrats remain as abstemious as they have up to this point. I know that for a fact. The Republican plan is predicated on the assumption that Democrats will remain weak and ineffectual and blind. And if they don't do that, if Democrats actually do use their power seriously, they could smash the Republicans into bits. And that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I want to see that so badly. Make me a real fan of Joe Biden. Right now, I'm glad I didn't get rid of the malarkey emote. You know?
make me, in retrospect, I want the story I want to tell about who I voted for in 2020, you know? The story I want to tell is, you know, I just thought he'd be better than Trump. I didn't think he'd be that much better. That's what I want to tell people. If for no other reason than because it makes me look all the better against all those lefties who went Bernie or bust back in 2020, you know? Like, Dark Brandon is like, you know, doing mass arrests of the fascists. And I'm just like, yeah, that's my spite-driven moment right there. You know, that's, that's my motivation. Just being an insufferable dick about it. Ah, spectacular. Fantastic stuff. We'll be hearing about this a lot in the coming weeks. Yeah. It's afraid. We need to get ourselves some people to argue with, folks. All Biden did was point out that Republicans are anti-democracy and indicate that he actually quite likes democracy. It's a pretty it's unassailable rhetorically. I'm probably going to have to watch that a couple more times off stream so that I've memorized all the passages, because I know that if I argue with conservatives over it, they're going to like lie about the contents of the speech or misphrase things, you know? Don't forget the lotion. Oh, baby, I won't. Yeah, these are the people we're dealing with. Nobody tired to violently overthrow an election, Mongo. If they did, the election would have been overturned. You communists don't have any idea what a violent right looks like. You've never seen it. You think you have, but that's just your mental illness. You've never seen it. That's like the right's like explicit position here is just, we haven't literally done the race war yet. Just wait. I'm pretty sure Jesse Kelly's an actual neo-Nazi though, so he's more of an explicit yeah. He's a little out there. He's a wacky boy. The right just wants the Turner Diaries? Yeah, of course. They wrote them. Nice meme, people. Jesse Kelly literally advocates against black people voting. Yeah. Did you see the Alaska House results? Yes. Trump charges aren't coming anytime soon. DOJ likely to wait past election revealing Trump charges. Under long-standing department policy, prosecutors are barred from taking investigative steps or filing charges for the purpose of affecting election or helping a candidate or party, traditionally 60 days before an election. This year, that'd be September 10th, which makes it unlikely anything would be announced until after November 8th. That's not a law. That's just a tradition. Also, Donald Trump isn't running in the midterms. That's this is not a guarantee. Yeah, they're just going to do it September 9th. I retweeted that. Tastes funny. Hold on, I just have to adopt the appropriate attitude here. Oh yeah, it doesn't do the immediate pop-up emote. But I don't want to look for it. Whatever. I'm such a slow typer. Well. You talk about the Alaska win for Democrats? Yes. We talk about Ethan Klein's lawsuit today. I don't know anything about it. The first lawsuit, that is. We need to look into it. We have a couple other things we need to look at here. What is this? Judge considers temporary limit on DOJ access to Trump documents. DOJ attorneys push back sharply against any such limits, warning against disruption. Oh, this is some Trumper judge who's trying to protect Trump, I assume. A federal judge indicated Thursday she's giving serious consideration to temporarily barring Justice Department investigators from reviewing materials seized from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. On what grounds? Are they even going to say on what ground? Wait, are they not even providing, like, an explanation? Did she not even provide one? She's just like, yeah, I might just do that. Yeah, she can't do shit. Yeah, she's appointed by Trump, of course. That's the whole point. They undermine democracy by slowly replacing more and more and more people. Putting more people in power. Look at this. Assumed office November 13th, 2020, right before Donald Trump left as well. Fantastic stuff. Oh yeah, this is important. Look.
Huh? English.
I found that while browsing Twitter. I thought that was important. Chad, I think the OP had Vosh's tweet. Oh, the Arkansas worker thing? Oh yeah, these people, I'm pretty sure these people are tankies. They blocked me after I replied to them. USA to Ukraine, here's 8 billion. USA to Israel, here's 3.3 billion. USA to Taiwan, here's 1 billion. USA to Mississippi, don't drink the water. And then I said they should take the 3.3 billion from Israel and give it to Mississippi. And then I got blocked. Oh, I probably shouldn't look through hidden tweets of a big tweet like that on stream. You know, that could be... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. They hid like a million tweets, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I think these people are tankies. Who says Oh, yep. They're retweeting here that pro-Russia one, the one that lied about Zelensky ratifying the law and had the big Z on it. Yeah, these people are just tankies. There's Midwestern Marks defending Russia. I'm sure Arkansas Worker is doing a lot to promote class consciousness in Arkansas by retweeting like pro-Putin, pro-Xi Jinping stuff on their timeline. I'm sure they're very committed to reaching out to the working class people of Arkansas, and not yeah, you know. Yeah, what is this? How do people think these things? Small brain. Small brain. Very sad. Oh, from Shark. This account doesn't want you to see this, but Mississippi got over $4 billion from the infrastructure bill, but incredibly they just sat on it. As the water got worse, they did nothing, but now we're taking jabs at other countries for not being as incompetent. Yeah, well, isn't Mississippi's leadership like dog shit? It's literally Mississippi. It's like one of the worst states in the union. The idea that they wouldn't like use the money to help their people is pretty straightforward, I think.
Ron DeSantis' first voter fraud bust is quickly imploding. The governor's own administration greenlighted the defendant's voter registration applications. Now it has them arrested for voting. Yeah, this is the Ron DeSantis claiming he's fighting voter fraud by arresting people who are legally allowed to vote. It's very great. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis made a spectacle out of the rounds of arrests made by his election police force earlier this month. Great stuff there. Jailing 20 people on charges of voter fraud and promising more prosecutions to come. At least one target was dragged to jail in his underwear by a SWAT team at 6 a.m. Not an authoritarian, doesn't want a police state, paying no attention to the fact that he raided COVID science department whistleblowers and also wants a private militia. He wants to privatize the Florida militia under him. Very good. Turns out the individuals ensnared in DeSantis at Dragnet had no idea they could not lawfully vote. The government's own appointees flubbed their legal duty to stop them from registering. Because of their sloppy errors, all 20 defendants may well be acquitted of crimes they did not intend to commit. Hell yeah. We'll have to look at this more substantively in the future, I think, because we got some stuff to look at. Da-da. Do Artemy or Pigeon ever make this merp noise? Yeah, all the time. Well, Pigeon does. Artemy doesn't very often, but Pigeon will do it like anytime you do anything with her. Like, you'll walk up to her and she'll do it and then stretch, or if she's lying next to you in bed, you can like poke her and she'll do it and then stretch, and yeah. Cat activation noise. Honk. Yeah, it's the cat activation noise. All right, Jordan Peterson time. You all had enough pleasantness. So Joe Biden, Dark Brandon, our savior, he has committed to killing God. He is a Final Fantasy protagonist. Now, there are people who do not like this plan of Dark Brandon's, notably Jordan B. Peterson, known believer in God, who responded to Biden's speech by posting a stupid unrelated video a day earlier. Africa is not poor because of colonization. Great stuff there. Thank God it's only 11 minutes and 4 seconds, so we only have to listen to it for 11 minutes and 4 seconds. I have not seen the video, so it's possible that literally everything in here is completely correct. I mean, it's possible. I'm also not a tremendous expert on African colonization, so this is something of a weak subject for me. You know, it's possible they might be able to slip a few past me, but I'll try. I'll try to think sharp. You know, I'll try to remember my training.
Well, you list here in one of your articles where you make reference to these ratings.
Well, my fucking God. It's a Jordan Peterson dating sim. Look at it. It just opens here. He's sitting opposite of you. He was looking right at you.
Systems, the bottom 10 countries for doing business in the world: Chad, Haiti, Central African Republic, Congo Democratic Republic, South Sudan, Libya, Yemen, Venezuela. There's a lovely example: Eritrea and Somalia. And so there are three exceptions in the African ecosystem: Mauritius, Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, and Zambia. You pointed out in your prospectus, is it prospectus article?
Yeah, prospectus article of
right.
is she in the same place as him? Like, is there like a back wall for lighting, or is this
right?
Institute.
Right. That Mauritius is a rising.
This is weird. The camera, the way things are framed makes it seem like she's sitting where we're sitting, but for some reason there's like a giant wall behind her. I don't know. There's something about the framing of this. Yeah, I guess Jordan Peterson had a moral objection to being in the same room as a black person.
Star. And Rwanda is in some ways comparable to Georgia. So some of these countries have started to get this right.
There we go. This is fine.
And so what's the consequence of that? And what does right mean?
What they have understood, what these countries have understood, is that economic freedom is at the center for prosperity building.
Okay. Great start. Economic freedom in Africa has had a couple of definitions. What is the name of this lady? Magate Wade? Probably mispronounced that, but what matters is my earnest effort to do my best. Magate Wade, entrepreneur, nice. Senegalese. Wikipedia article. Do we have a Wikipedia article? Oh, done a TED talk. Okay, so you know some clout here. Wikipedia. I see a Wikipedia, but it's not in English. It's in French. Eldest of 4 children, emigrated to Europe to seek work, raised in part by grandmother, completed her studies in France, chose to live in the United States, created her first company in 2004, manufactures and markets African drinks, the American market. Cool. Launched a second company, a cosmetics company. Cool. All right. Neat. What does her website say? Fancy. I am a cheetah entrepreneur. Okay. Who believes the free markets and economic freedom is the pathway for Africa to leapfrog ahead. Okay. So this seems to me like somebody who's had business success and is leveraging it into being sort of a neoliberal advocate for market development in Africa. Yeah, we'll take a look at her TED Talk too. You know, it's not too long of an initial video. We can learn. My ideas are grounded in reality and my lived experience. Okay. The topic areas I'm passionate speaking about are the role of free markets in overcoming poverty and the role of enterprise to tackle social issues and entrepreneurial education. Okay. I want to point out right off the bat that while, historically speaking, efforts at developing markets in Africa have not been the most ethical project, I will say that there are elements of truth to this in the sense that of the pathways forward for African countries, development of the business sector is an inevitable and unavoidable part of them. You know, usually the issue is in order for a country to grow in the modern world, it needs to develop its market sector. But there are exploitative and non-exploitative ways in which that's done. You know, there are countries that will go full protectionist and will try to develop those markets internally and make sure that trade deals happen on their own terms. And there are countries that get absolutely bent over the rail by Western corporations. There are, yeah. So I want to see the TED Talk here. 9 minutes. You guys mind? Let's maybe a minute of it. Wait, are TED Talks copyright? Yep. Nice try. If my stream blacks out, it's your guys' fault. You did this. You actually get a warning on the back end. Oh, it went away. It might still hit me. You actually get a warning on the YouTube thing, but I have to be switched to that tab. It's like, hey, we've detected some forbidden materials. Your stream might shut down momentarily. They say might, you know. Okay, so what did we learn? Unfortunately, not very much. Because she was kind of meandering in the opening bit of the TED Talk. So, all right. You know, nothing wagered, nothing learned.
Rwanda, for example, Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda, is explicit about it. He said he wants to be the Lee Kuan Yew he wants to be the Singapore of Africa, and Lee Kuan Yew is his model. Now, the dirty mouths are gonna start shouting, oh yeah, see, authoritarian, blah, 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 whatever. Me, I wanna talk only about the on the economic side.
That's kind of odd. So Singapore is an authoritarian city-state. That's kind of an odd thing to address and cut off right at the beginning there. You know, like other people want to talk about, oh yeah, the whole like civil rights democracy thing, you know, but I just want to talk about the business. You always be suspicious of these people, okay? Half of the neocolonialism that the West has done has been people with this attitude, where it's like, you know, oh yeah, sure, maybe we put a fascist in power, but at least they're amicable to American business markets, you know? Just saying.
If you take Lee Kuan Yew and Singapore as your example, then it means that, like him, you're going to have to be serious about economic freedom. And that's exactly what he did. That's what Singapore did. When Singapore figured that out, they went on to put in the right reforms to make their environment some of the most business-friendly environments in the world, one of the most free markets environment in the world. And you saw the magic of Singapore. Today, Singapore is richer than its ex-colonizer, Great Britain. So,
Okay, a couple of things to qualify here. So, first of all, economic freedom can mean a variety of things. It doesn't always translate into freedom for individual citizens in a country. Oftentimes it refers to business amicability and ease of investment, stuff like that. It's a pretty complicated marker. Now, Singapore's economic freedom is massive. I think it might actually be the highest in the world. As for their, GDP per capita, I believe it's quite high as well. Yeah, nearly 60,000 USD. It's a pretty wealthy country. If I recall correctly, though, there are prices to this sort of thing. It's like how the here we go. Income and wealth inequality in Singapore. Sorry, I know this sounds a bit like nitpicky, but it's important to address it right off the bat. In Singapore Trends and Statistics 2022. There are 250,000 millionaires in Singapore, but 800,000 adults have less than 13,500 in wealth. Well, the average wealth per adult in Singapore is 449,543. It's not a true representation of the wealth majority of the population. The median wealth per adult, for a better measure, is about 117,000. The report also stated there are 269,000 millionaires, of which 60 have more than $1 billion in wealth. That is a lot of millionaires and billionaires for a city-state. I think a lot of Singapore's value and wealth is kind of like in a Dubai sense, where it's a playground for the ultra-wealthy, and there is like an underclass beneath it, but a lot of their wealth is predicated on them being useful to foreign investors. But it's not so much like an independent, it's not so much an independent bastion of productive capacity, so much as it is like a trade beacon in their part of the world. Singapore is not like Dubai. No, I'm not saying that Singapore is like Dubai holistically. Dubai is much worse broadly. I'm only saying that like Dubai is considered like a playground for the rich in most respects, and isn't a real city in the way that like one might consider that. Singapore, I think most of its wealth. Well, actually, we can just look it up here. Singapore economy. I think it's important to learn stuff like this. Economy of Singapore. Highly developed free market economy, one of the most open in the world, most pro-business, low tax rates, second highest per capita GDP in terms of purchasing power parity. Along the business-friendly reputation for global and local privately held companies and public companies, state-owned enterprises play a large role. Okay, so what is the actual economy?
Singapore relies on an extended concept of intermediary trade to intraport trade by purchasing raw goods and refining them for re-export in order to sustain its high level of export-oriented industrialization, such as in the wafer fabrication industry. They mean for computer parts, not for food. And in oil refining. Strategic port, the GDP ratio. The port of Singapore is the second busiest in the world by cargo tonnage and is the busiest transship port in the world. I do a lot of fancy stuff here. Their GINI percent or Guinea percent is pretty high. What are you referring to with that? I've seen that that acronym used before, but I don't remember what it means. What am I looking at? Oh, the inequality coefficient? Gotcha. Wait, did I just close the wrong window? I totally did. We're learning today. Singapore is one of the world's wealthiest countries per capita, but its GINI, or Gini, coefficient is high in comparison to developed countries. Statistics on income inequality are published by the Singapore Department of Statistics. Without taking taxes and social transfers into account, they were put into the medium range. The country remains on the very high category on the Inequality Adjusted Human Development Index. October 2018, Oxfam ranked Singapore 149 out of 157 in its commitment to reducing inequality index. Man, that is low. Wow. Labor rights. Oh, okay. Sorry, getting a bit of a tangent there.
So when I hear people telling me today, oh, Africa is poor because of colonization, I'm like, please, let's move on from that. Does it have maybe a tiny percentage in where we are today? Maybe, and I don't know. But
it might have something to do with it. There might be a slight relationship there. Oh yeah, she does say she doesn't know. You know, maybe it's just not her area of expertise. This is really common. This is really common with these like survivor's guilt, like you know, came from a bad situation but made it and got a business and stuff. You know, like it's they don't want to be seen as the victims, so they want to frame wealth and economic development as like you know, like a meritocratic, if you do the right thing you'll come out on top kind of deal. They don't they don't want to be the they don't want to feel like they're contributing to this like, you know, well actually it's this whole set of problems that aren't directly tied to input, and there are a bunch of biases because they feel it detracts from the started from the bottom now we hear narrative that they're kind of built on.
But I know it's not the cause, because if it were, many countless countries have been colonized before. And by the way, colonizing one another is humanity's history. It just happened that maybe Africa has been one of the last, you know, colonized region in the world. So in our psyche, it is there, and it acts like nothing happened before to others. But flash news, it's the history of the world. We've been capturing each other back and forth, all of that. So anyway, but the truth is...
Wait, what? Yeah, we were the continent most recently broadly colonized, but other colonizations have happened too. Okay, so I see what's happening here. So she's thinking of colonization and the effects that it has on a country's wealth and development as an excuse rather than an explanation. So she's like, yeah, okay, Africa was colonized most recently or whatever, but like that's happened to everyone, you know, as though it's like she's trying to wave away like a potential excuse, you know, like that she doesn't want to have to hear, rather than it being an explanation. Well, okay, so if you acknowledge that this happens all over the place, like why would that change the effects colonization in Africa would have had on wealth and development? Doesn't really make sense. Like it's like saying like somebody gets murdered. And you're like, oh, well, that's bad. And you're like, okay, well, murder happens everywhere. Yeah?
It's true.
Singapore richer than Great Britain today. And then Hong Kong happened. And then because Hong Kong happened, China.
So not richer, by the way. Right. It's higher GDP per capita, but that can be skewed in a couple of ways.
Even today happened because China's like, wait a minute, what went on over there? And then China went on to do the exact same thing with its SEZs, the special economic zones, some of the most free market zones in the world. And then look at it happen in communist China, who, when it comes to economics, decided that we're going to do the free market, we're going to be capitalist, because that's the only way. We tried everything else. We killed hundreds of millions of people, and we have nothing to show for it.
Hundreds of millions. Okay.
But now that we're tired of being disrespected members of society, because guess what? That's the other thing too. You want to be respected in this world, you're going to have to be among the prosperous ones.
Yeah, see, so I think this frames like the psychology of this argument, like first and foremost. We all know this archetype of a person, right? They don't just exist in real life. This is like a media archetype too, which is person who's gone through a lot, who's succeeded anyway, who has it's a kill or die world out there, attitude, who's quite callous towards the suffering associated with the efforts you have to make to succeed. This is an archetype so well known that it's a trope in like anime. It's not, yeah. That being said, obviously it's true that the development of the market sector in China has enriched the country substantially, Dengism, et cetera, et cetera. Keep in mind, this is not a one-way road, attempts at free marketification imposed by the IMF and World Bank have led to devastating economic consequences for countries in Southeast Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East, and in Central and Latin America. Because usually the context in which these countries open themselves up to markets is to open themselves up to foreign markets. Singapore is unique in that Singapore, alongside some other Southeast Asian countries, adopted a protectionist strategy to develop their own internal industries. Remember when we were reading earlier about how they have like refine oil and computer parts there and stuff like that? The reason there are countries that were poor 50 years ago and now are able to do that is because they developed their internal industries until they had commodities and services that could compete with the West, at least in some small way. And that means they had something that other people were willing to seek them out for, as opposed to them just being production bitches for the West. You understand? So here's a good example of protectionist economic development being done in such a fashion, all right? Let's say you have a country that's pretty poor, they're not doing so hot, and they want to start industrializing, okay? Now, if you're going to industrialize, you need cars. Just modern world's built on cars. Sorry, guys. I don't want it to be, but that's how it is. So how are they going to get cars? Well, they need the cars because the way the cities are laid out requires people to have autonomous transportation. But, what are they going to do? Just produce their own cars? No, right? They're going to buy cars from other countries. They're going to buy cars from Germany or Japan or from America. The problem is that wealth leaves your country when you do this. If you open your markets up to Western car manufacturing, what's going to happen is people are going to buy the superior cars from outside your country. Car companies in your country will have no chance. There is no way some startup car company in your third world nation is going to be able to compete with like Toyota. There's no way. So people in your country, they buy foreign cars, foreign car manufacturers make deals with local car dealerships to have fancy shiny Toyotas and Volkswagens there in your country. And where is all this wealth from your country going? Out. It's going out of your country. It's leaving your country. That wealth is going to Toyota's workers, the people who refine their resources, develop their products, their managers, their CEO, unless you implement tariffs, shut down your economy, block trade, and you force people
to buy your shitty domestic cars. And hey, don't get me wrong, people don't like this, especially at first, because these local cars, they're shitty, they suck, but money stays in the country. And because money stays in the country, now the people who are making these cars, those jobs are in your shitty third world country. And you're buying Toyotas, you're paying the wages of people who are working over there. You buy the shitty cars that your companies make, those workers are employed in your country. The wealth cycles. And eventually, God willing, you do this enough, you have enough wealth and enough development that the cars you produce turn out to not actually be so bad. Maybe there are local resources that your country has a lot of that you can not only just mine to sell wholesale to the West, but refine and develop. And then using those refined goods, you can sell them at a much higher premium than you ever could have, just being, just a resource bitch for the West, or letting Western companies come in and mine your resources and pay you a fraction of what they're worth after their refinement. That's the goal of protectionism. The goal of protectionism is to wall off your country's economy for long enough for them to develop to the point that they can serve a role internationally outside of just being exploited by the West. Singapore did this with great effect. Japan did this to a large extent. South Korea did this to a large extent. China's done this to some extent, but China's always been very open. Well, not always, but it's been fairly open to foreign markets since Deng. Why am I forgetting the four tigers of Southeast Asia? Southeast Asia, four tigers. Why am I forgetting this? The four Asian tigers. Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea. Sorry, I'm sleepy today. Yeah, all these countries, the four Asian tigers, they to some extent or another, they did adopt protectionist policies in order to accelerate their domestic growth. Between the early 60s and 90s, they underwent rapid industrialization and maintained exceptionally high growth rates for more than 7% a year. These economies have developed into high-income economies, specializing in areas of competitive advantage. See, a competitive advantage means that they're trying to bank their economy on doing something specific that they can do better than any other country in the world. Maybe they can't outproduce America in all respects, but they can do one thing people need. Think of Taiwan and its microchip development, right? Taiwan is literally like 80% of microchips are made at Taiwan. They're like the world relies on them now for that. Yeah, no, it's important. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I'm getting a little sidetracked.
Other reasons. Would it be nice, G, that we respect people just because? Absolutely. But that's really not the world we live in. So when China got tired of being disrespected, they're like, maybe we got to.
Isn't this super bad socially because it means those countries aren't as interconnected, though? Trust me, them going economically protectionist and developing is far better than them remaining poor and subservient to American investment forever.
Build also some prosperity here, because then they're going to hear us. And today, China, being one of the, being where it is at, even Hollywood, who tries to tell the world how to think, is being told by China what movies to make and how to tweak stories and history in order to be palatable for them.
She's not wrong here, but man, the language of that framing, perfect for conservative culture war bullshit. I can see who she plays her audience to.
You see the power that comes with being prosperous.
So yes, wealthy countries and countries with a very large population are going to have a disproportionate impact on world culture. That's true.
The Consumer Price Index has reached yet another 40-year high, and the latest GDP numbers confirm that the United States...
Wait! Do they just have an ad for buying gold? In the middle of the... Wait, just no just the middle of the video. Yeah, buy gold and silver and bury it in your front yard. Okay. That is fantastic.
The States is in a recession. Now is not the time to have a turbulent economy. By diversifying at least some of your investment portfolio into Gold will send you a free information kit on how to transition an IRA or eligible 401k into an IRA in precious metals.
Oh my God, guys, please do not shift your IRAs and your 401ks into precious metals. Please, God, I'm begging anyone watching this, do not, do not, do not shift your, don't put your fucking retirement into gold.
Birch Gold will even help you hold against inflation. And thousands of satisfied customers. 9898. Claim your free.
What would you recommend concretely to countries like Senegal to get the hell out of the way, let's say, of the people who would, like you, would do everything they could to try to make it better? I mean, one of the things that happened with India is India established the Indian Institute of Technology, which is a deadly engineering school, and a huge number of its graduates went to Silicon Valley, as you well know. And many of the successful Indian graduates of IIT started to dump money back into India and build a capitalist infrastructure there, or help build a capitalist infrastructure.
So what he's referring to right here is remittances, which are a pretty common feature of immigration. However, the visa programs for which these guys come over to Silicon Valley don't always entail like proper long-term immigration status, which means that obviously they would bring money back to India. They're not staying in America permanently. Like, of course, they're only here for employment. Like, yeah, when they're done being employed, they go back to India and they have the money for the job. So, yeah.
Structure there. So this sort of thing can really take hold. If you were making recommendations to governments who wanted to get on board and stop being like Chad, Haiti, Central African Republic, Congo, South Sudan, Libya, Yemen, and Venezuela, etc., what concrete steps should they take from the bottom up to get the hell out of the way?
Exactly. So
right off the bat, the framing here is going to be bad, because the idea that there's just like, here's 10 easy tips to fix the economies of 10 like desperately poor third world African nations, you know, we're obviously not going to be getting like real actionable advice here. I don't know enough about the economies of these countries to like correct the arguments that she's about to make. Like in a specific sense, maybe there are some broad trends that I can try to poke at.
Two things we've been doing, because I'm a practitioner, that's my entrepreneurial journey. I'm an entrepreneur, so I practice what I preach. But I also...
Well, no. Starting businesses in America, which is what she said she did, is not the same as preaching economic reform in African countries. Those are not even remote. Like, oh my God. What? That's like saying because you're a cobbler, you can like run a marathon or something. That's like saying because you're a landscaper that you're qualified to run the United States like Department of the Interior, or like the Department of Agriculture or something. Or like because you grew a peanut plant once that you should like dictate agricultural law. Like no.
Also I preach for free markets, and so when it comes to that...
Oh, one other thing, by the way. I do think it's interesting that she's preaching for free markets, but protectionism, which was the driving force behind a lot of Singapore's growth, is not a free market policy at all. It's actually the opposite. Protectionism is about shutting down your markets to protect local industry and prevent your industry, your population, your jobs, your wealth from being gobbled up by other much more developed countries. So yeah, the free market thing that Singapore is doing now is what they're doing after they've developed their industries. But the immediate effects of Singapore's path, if taken by another country, would mean closing themselves to the free market. Because the thing is, guys, I got to tell you, African countries, generally speaking, are pretty open to foreign investment because that's all they fucking have. I'm painting with a broad brush here, you know. Nigeria, Chad, and South Africa have wildly different economies with wild different like levels of wealth and stuff. But like there are a lot of natural resources in Africa that we've been exploiting for a very long time, and you know, after the great like end of like the age of colonization, you know, there aren't really well developed industries in a lot of these countries. So, you know, you also tend not to have very many democracies. So they leverage those natural resources for Western companies or China with the Belt and Road Initiative to come in, develop some infrastructure, and also, you know, get the oil or diamonds or whatever for pennies on the dollar, which is technically a free market policy. It's just
I'm one of the hats that I wear is as the director for the African Center for Prosperity of the Atlas Network, the largest organization in the world of free market think tanks around the world. And so what we do there is we work on reforms around the world to take down barriers of entry for local entrepreneurs. So that's one thing. But as we all know, that's a great initiative to take.
So the development of local entrepreneurs would be a good thing from a protectionist mindset. You want local entrepreneurship as opposed to foreign entrepreneurship, because the local entrepreneurship can develop into industries that can distinguish your nation and provide competitive advantage when the time comes.
And we've been making some really good advances in many countries, especially in Ghana. We've been making a lot of progress with our partners there, Imani. But that is piecemeal legislation. It takes forever. It is hard as heck. And by the time you made a gain here, you made 20 losses over there, and it's a continuous problem. But until we get better.
I do like how the title of this video is Africa is not poor because of colonization, because Jordan Peterson and his audience are racist, so they want like the Western civilization to be absolved of the centuries of rape and pillaging of Africa, even though the video is about free market reforms, and there was one line that she ended with, "I don't know," where she addressed colonization, but that's the title they went with. I think it's very funny.
We got to continue at it. So that's one thing we've been doing. And so that's a hat I wear, working with free market think tanks to try to make it easier for local entrepreneurs to join in the party. Additionally, I'm going bold. I'm going radical. For the past few years, we've been advocating an idea for Africa that found some of its roots in Latin America. And again, I'm related to the people who are involved in this. My husband being one of the key figures in this movement, a movement called the Charter Cities. Paul Romer calls it like that. He's a Nobel laureate in economics.
Okay, here we go. So this is the Atlas Network's Center for African Prosperity. Let's do a sussy review. How sussy does it feel? Let's find out. Focus on the role free markets, property rights, the rule of law have in creating the conditions for people to thrive. All right. Oh, there she is. She's the director. A few years ago, my TED Talk began to raise awareness of how Africa's relative poverty is rooted in bad policies that make it costly, risky, and frustrating to create a business on the continent. Great. Let's see what the site says. The Center for African Prosperity is dedicated to restoring the economic and personal liberties of all Africans. While the colonial era mostly ended 40 years ago, that is so recently. 40 years ago is the 1980s. And mostly ended. Jesus. Much of Africa lives with a colonial mindset, still operating with European-style bureaucracies that deny the dignity of individual Africans. Our center champions a new direction, a prosperous future of trade, enterprise, and equality under the law, through educational programs, policy research, and advocacy. In early 2018, the South African government began to pursue a constitutional change that would enable a serious violation of citizens' property rights. Oh, this is referring to the reclamation of that white farmer land, isn't it? The proposed amendment would allow expropriation without compensation. The taking of a person's lawful property without proper payment. Atlas Network partner Free Market Foundation worked to protect South Africans' property rights by educating both policymakers and the public on the harmful impacts this amendment would have. How is the center funded? The center is not endowed and it does not accept funding from every government. It relies entirely on the generosity of individuals. Which individuals, Atlas Network? Who's funding you? Whatever. From the emotes I've seen in chat, you guys probably get the general attitude I have, the vibe that I'm getting from this. Apparently, Atlas Network's known for opposing climate change legislation around the world. Ah, free market. Free market development at work. I don't know why I don't just go to the Wikipedia page first. I'm so stupid. Atlas Network is a non-governmental organization based in the United States that provides training, networking, and granting for libertarian and free market groups around the world. Partners with about 500 orgs in nearly 100 countries. Financials. As of 2005, they received $500,000 from ExxonMobil and also received nearly $1 million from tobacco company Philip Morris. Of Atlas Network partners, 57% in the U.S. had received funding from the tobacco industry, received funding from the Koch family foundations. I thought it would be a joke. Yep, of course. That's Mr. ExxonMobil. John Templeton Foundation, Lilly Endowment. John Templeton Foundation is a philanthropic organization. All right. Lilly Endowment. Yes, the name is a reference to Atlas Shrugged, almost certainly. No, they deny that? Okay, well, they can deny it all they want. Organized neoliberal organizations. The organization has been described as a self-replicating think tank that creates think tanks. It is not named after Ayn Rand's novel Atlas Shrugged. What kind of wiki article has a separate paragraph to specifically say what it's not named after? I guess that link would be so obvious in everyone's mind, as it is in mine, that they feel the need to specifically deny it. But, like, why would the Wikipedia editors include that? Okay, whatever. Criticized for its links to the tobacco industry. The Atlas Network has also been criticized for its links to right-wing movements, including the administration of Donald Trump, Brexit, and anti-government protests in Latin America. Atlas Network affiliates in the UK were some of Brexit's key backers. The 2022 investigation by the Narwhal, Floodlight News, and The Guardian found Atlas Network had lobbied the Canadian government to limit how much Indigenous communities can push back on energy development on their own land, while promoting the view that Indigenous prosperity is virtually impossible without oil and gas. Ah, so now we know why the representative of the Atlas Org's Africa Development Group doesn't believe it's because colonization, because they're pro-colonization. Yeah, this is just another think tank that's disguising like neoliberal free market anti-government reforms as a kind of like, you know, take your own journey, develop your own path, free yourself, entrepreneurship. How can you claim to be in favor of local entrepreneurial development and then go ahead and like try to limit the extent to which the indigenous community can push back on development on their own land? Clearly, individual autonomy and freedom are not priorities here. Holy shit, look what they do. This is insane. Mission Johnny Appleseed of anti-regulation groups. What is this? With a modest $4 million budget in 2003 and a staff of 8, Atlas Economic Research Foundation is on a mission to populate the world with new free market voices. In its 2003 review of activities, quaintly titled its investor report, Atlas announced it worked with 70 new think tank entrepreneurs from 37 foreign countries. And so, by the way, guys, when people talk about the deep state, this is the closest thing you're going to get to the actual deep state. The closest thing you're going to get to pure evil on Earth isn't like a fucking elected government official. It's this massive, congealed, infinite, like, disease network of think tanks upon think tanks upon think tanks, who staffed and operated by people whose names you'll never know, funded by money you'll never be able to count, who have the ear of elected officials and dictators all over the world. Yeah, like, yeah, no regulation, no accountability, just this diseased sprawl of business interests around the world. The moss. It's the moss. It's the fucking moss. The mission of Atlas is to litter the world with free market think tanks. Named after the Greek god condemned to bear the heaven on his shoulders. Well, wait, you can't say that it's not named after Atlas Shrugged, when Atlas Shrugged was named after the same Greek god Atlas, who was condemned to bear the heavens on his shoulders. You can't, oh, it's not named after Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged. It's just a reference to the thing that she was referenced, just the direct thing. Okay. Businessman. Ugh. Atlas Network is an associate member of the State Policy Network, a web of right-wing think tanks in every state across the country. Deep ties the Koch brothers. Okay, whatever. We're going down a rabbit hole again. God damn it. No, no. This keeps happening.
Others call it the free cities. I like to call it the startup cities. So the best way to think about it, Jordan, and it goes back to what you were talking about earlier when you use the word
So we can all progress now, in spite of the fact that this is a woman who I know you all automatically are deferential to. We now understand this woman is just one appendage of an evil, like eldritch being that sprawls around the world. We know that, right? Yeah.
Operating software. Most of the poor, most of the low-income nations, so meaning back in the days, the way we used to call it is poor nations, they have regulations for poverty. They're basically regulated for poverty, meaning the laws, the set of law, poverty. It only calls poverty.
What? I don't even know what she's saying there.
And so what some of these folks have thought about, looking at the Dubai example, Dubai just recently entered the top 10 of international financial centers of the world.
Oh, you really don't want to be using Dubai as a positive example of economic development. Oh my God. I didn't think we'd go that bad. Dubai is built on literal slave labor. They literally brought in slaves by the thousands to build Dubai, and it exists as a playground, as an amusement park for the ultra-wealthy to shit into gold toilets. They have poop trucks. They were so, it's not a city for humans to live in. They don't even have a sewer system. Dubai poop trucks. They don't have a sewer system. All these buildings have tanks underneath and outflow vents. And there's a literal traffic, I'm not joking. It's traffic in Dubai. Honey, why are you late to the child raping festival that us billionaires were putting together? Oh, sorry, I got stuck behind the 3-mile-long poop truck fucking jam. This is real. These are poop trucks.
And what Dubai did at some point is think about it and be like, on this bare, plot of sand that's technically worth nothing right now as is.
It's still worth nothing.
110 acres of land, sand everywhere. They're like, well, maybe Sharia law is not the best for business. We got to think about better set of laws for business. We're talking only about business, not family law, not anything else but business. And they decided there's got to be something better. And so they looked around, and that's actually when, to take one of the terms you used earlier, they're starting to realize, common law is actually a better way for business.
Yes. Dubai is more permissive of infidel degeneracy because they want to attract foreign investors and like Westerners coming in to have fun with their wacky tourist attraction bullshit. Yes.
Specifically British common law. So at that point, and I'm oversimplifying here because otherwise we can totally geek out on it. Remember, this is like one of my latest things that I've been...
Yeah, Dubai uses Sharia law for the Muslims in it. Don't they have a dual court system in Dubai? Like, if you're an American going over there, obviously you can drink. You're not going to be arrested over there. But if you're a Muslim in Dubai, like, they'll, if you're one of the Emirati. But the Emirati are a tiny minority, right? Most of the people there are, like, South Asian. Islam is the official state religion of the UAE. Due to the large expatriate communities of Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, Sikhs, and others, non-Muslims can build their own houses of worship. Shia minority is free to worship. Okay, yeah, so they have, yeah, okay, yeah, so they have, yeah. All right.
Been involved in, but latest, it's been the past 10 years, and I'm going to share with you a win. So Dubai is like, we have to adopt British, common law, primarily British common law. We're going to hire retired British common law judges to come and educate the law here, train our own people, and that, along with many other reforms, to also become a top center when it comes to the and in the free market when it comes to the finances. Dubai.
That British common law system. So it's very, very interesting theologically and metaphysically. So it's predicated on the idea that every individual has all the rights that there are, except for those that are specifically regulated and limited by legal necessity. And then generally that realm of necessity has emerged only as a consequence of disputes between people. So you're free to do whatever you want unless you have a dispute with someone else. Then the dispute is adjudicated according essentially to...
What? He's just talking about the way things work. What? I think it's very interesting how people can do stuff, but if other people disagree with them, that's when we have rules to keep everyone from doing stuff others disagree with. Why does he talk like this? Why is he like that? Yeah, obviously, yes, of course. Yes, we set up systems that are permissive when there are no disagreements, but less permissive when there are. That's how everything works.
Constitutional and theological principles, and then a precedent is established, and then the whole body of law built up that body of precedents.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's bottom up.
She's just waiting to get back to her think tank spiel that she's recited to government leaders multiple times. You know, she's like, okay, yeah, all right. Thanks for letting me be on your YouTube channel. Shut the fuck up.
Top down.
It's totally
and
that.
English common law is a gift from God, man.
No,
it's something else.
Absolutely. And that's the key word there when you said bottom up. So common law is so much better for bottom up approaches.
White man's
and we all
burden.
know that markets work better in a bottom up approach. And also, when they have to educate the law and resolve a dispute, they're going to be much more respectful to the contract that was passed between the two parties than, say, civil law would be. Right? And so anyway, so from this standpoint here, you have Dubai who is now trying to put all of this together, and eventually they put a set of laws together that would now be conducive to being a top international financial center in the world. And voila, in less than a generation, in less than 25 years, Dubai completely unrecognizable.
So, God, this is so stupid. Oh my God. They wanted to make Dubai a tourist center for the ultra-wealthy, and they did, and obviously to get the ultra-wealthy there, they had to promise the American businessmen that they wouldn't execute them for drinking alcohol or whatever. Yeah, okay. None of this, so obviously she's a think tank ghoul, and she's aligned with the right, and she doesn't give a shit about people who've been colonized or anything. She doesn't give a shit about the poor. It's all about big corporations. Her org's got money from Exxon, from the Koch brothers, whatever. We know that. Okay, fine. But again, no real advice exists here, Fuck. She's basically just the right wing of the IMF. The IMF is really fucking bad, and the neoliberal reforms that it pushes on countries are often pretty detrimental to its internal development. And she's somehow worse than that. It's the people who think that the IMF is too moderate in fucking over these countries. God, imagine citing Dubai as a positive example in the context of wanting to enrich impoverished African nations. What the fuck? It's preying on uneducated people who don't know about the UAE. Yeah. Don't act like you don't want your own sinking island, Dubai. Guys, Dubai looks like shit. That's why people make fun of the wealthy for having bad taste. Dubai looks like ass. Imagine fucking being a billionaire and having the penthouse and looking down and seeing the poop truck brigade.
Yeah, the bad kind of ass. Fuck, man. God damn it. I really wanted to talk about AI art, but I'm just really fucking tired. I'm sorry about that excuse that I keep pulling out. I got like no sleep last night. And it keeps happening. But I can just stream tomorrow, right? I mean, I was gonna do video games today, but I did politics instead, so I'm still technically ahead. Would it make sense to destroy the cat so you can sleep? That probably would help. Here, I'm gonna run through these donos. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours? Fuck, no. I can do it. I can do it. We can do it. Okay, are you ready? We're gonna do it. AI art. We're gonna do it. Whew. All right. Give me a minute. Stop fucking with my beard. What's the name of that new AI art generator? The one that really not the one that forms in a grid of 9. It's the one. There's several. No, isn't DALL-E the one that forms the grid of 9? Midjourney? Let's just say it's this one. Okay. So, all right, let's just, yeah, all right. Okay. I've had disagreements on this subject with chat before, and I recognize this is a really nuanced topic, and I wouldn't pretend to have the only valid opinion on this topic. But what really frustrates me is when I feel like people don't understand what I'm saying. So even if we have some disagreements, I would ask that you be charitable to my position and you make an effort to understand it, so that if you disagree, it's an informed disagreement. Because I'm taking this quite seriously, and I want to be clear on it. This AI art thing, you know, some people hate it, some people love it. I hate it, but I hate it for reasons that I want to explain. So I want people to reserve their judgment, if possible. Okay, so I want to open by indicating that I have a bias here in favor of illustration. I like drawing. I've liked drawing for a long time. And I do think there is a value in the effort one puts into creating something, you know, with all the effort invested. Now, that doesn't mean there's no value to other types of things that we produce. A good example of this would be photography. Photography is an art form. Nobody could deny that. Well, I guess maybe some people could. I don't. But when photography initially came out, when it was initially developed, there were people who were very upset at its existence. And the reason for that is because before photography, the only way you could show something that wasn't right there in front of you was to draw or to paint it. For hundreds of years, humans, if they wanted to display something that wasn't physically there, had to draw or paint it. And now with photography, you were capable of producing images of incredible fidelity and detail. I mean, initial cameras weren't that great, but even with the initial cameras, you can see some pretty amazing stuff there. And people lost jobs over this. Really, there were. Before cameras came out, there were people whose jobs it was to draw a landscape, to indicate, you know, like scientific drawings of creatures. You know, what does this look like? What does that look like? Think of all the ways in which we use photographs today to indicate things about our world. Odds are there used to be people drawing or painting those things. So people lost their jobs. People were upset. People were saying photography isn't an art form. Photography is a kind of natural theft. That was a real argument that was made, by the way. That it was a recreation of God's world. That God had made the world, and that by taking a photograph of it, you aren't doing art, really. You're just you're using technology to make a mockery of our experience with the world. You're carving a bit out of it. That was a common argument, you know? And while I think that argument's kind of ridiculous in hindsight, I think you all can sympathize with the sentiment, can't you? I mean, really think about it. Photography, for all of human history, hadn't existed, then all of a sudden it did. And there was an entire new way of viewing things. And no, actually, okay, I'll try to explain it to you. Wow, I thought you would get that. Okay, art. What is art? Art, well, nobody really has a definition. You know, a lot of people just go by art is anything that's considered art. You know, what is love, baby, don't hurt me? Nobody know, whatever, you know, we're not going to try. There is something though, that I will maintain. And it's that art has to be some kind of communication. There has to be a consciousness on both sides of an exchange of art. That's why I think most people won't look at something beautiful in the natural world and call it art. Like, people will look at Jupiter, like a photo of Jupiter, and they won't say like, whoa, the planet is beautiful art. You know, they tend to just say it's beautiful. This is obviously something that people go back and forth on. I'm expressing my position on this. It's obviously subjective, so please don't pretend that I'm deriding your thing. But I think of it as a form of communication, which is important to me, because that's like the that's like a heavy indicator of how much I'm going to care about it. So to put it another way, you know, if you had a machine that moved a pencil in a kind of like random fashion, and it produced just a bunch of scribbles, you know, you might look at that and think, okay, well, it's a bunch of scribbles. But if an artist like Picasso sat down with a pencil and drew a bunch of scribbles that ended up looking very similar, and you told me this is from Picasso and this is from the machine that did it completely randomly, to me, there is a difference between those two. It may seem arbitrary and stupid, even if the two images are identical, because to me, something is being communicated by Picasso in that drawing that isn't being communicated by the machine, because the machine isn't conscious. Isn't this a difference without a distinction? No. We're not talking about pure material reality. This is art, and art is about feeling. Communication is about feeling and intent. There's a big difference between walking down a path next to a bike lane and seeing a rock that has been placed there delicately by a person who cared to, and seeing a rock that was blown in a place by the wind. Even if the rock is in the same place, there's meaning in what humans do, what we intend, what we perceive. So calm it down, please. Please. This is all subjective, please. So to me, the communication thing matters like a lot. It matters a lot. It's the difference between a wild stretch of prairie and a well-cultivated garden that just happens to look the same. It's the difference between a tree that grew in the wild and a tree that grew because somebody planted it in their yard. It's the difference. It's a big difference. So I need there to be communication there. Otherwise, it doesn't feel like art to me. It just feels like an image. It just feels like a thing. Chat, please don't distract me. I'm very tired. Please stop asking questions. I don't care about your opinion on this because I'm giving my opinion. Please don't. Just like, I'm not talking with chat. I'm trying to do this thing. Please. So yeah, the communication part's important to me. When I see something beautiful in the universe, like when I look at a James Webb photo,
web photo. When I look at this, you know what I'm not thinking of? I'm not thinking of the artistry of the universe. I'm thinking of the beauty of the universe. To me, there's a big difference there. I'm not religious. I don't think the universe was constructed for my benefit or with any intention in mind. So when I see this, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the beauty of the world, the natural beauty of the world and the universe beyond it. I'm thinking of the incredible technological prowess of our researchers, of our scientists. But I don't think of it as art. I wouldn't categorize this photo the same way I would think of a painting that looked very similar to it. The painting conveys something else. In the effort to capture this beauty in paint, you're saying something, you're doing something. That's fine, President Sunday. I'll get to that, don't worry. So, to put it briefly, I think communication is important. Now, photographs, okay? I think photography is art. But I don't blame people back in the heyday when photography was first invented for feeling like it wasn't, for feeling like it was a shoddy imitation of art. The reason for that is because it was entirely new. We didn't really have much of a understanding of the ways in which photography could be used to communicate outside of a rote recreation of the natural world it was capturing. To put it another way, people thought of drawings and paintings as containing a bit of the creative soul of the person who made them, but not photographs. They thought of photographs as just a mechanical recreation, devoid of soul, devoid of communication. Now, I think they were wrong. Obviously, photography can have a character. It can be an expression of creativity. We know that. We've accepted that by now. I do think that there is the potential for photography to contain less communicative weight than a drawing can, because a drawing requires purpose and effort placed into every stroke of the pen, every paint brush line, you're present for the whole process in traditional painting and drawing. Whereas with photography, potentially you can just snap an image with very, very little engagement with what you're looking at. But that's the case with painting as well. If you want to, you can just take a paintbrush and just and then run away from it, and that's still a painting, and I would still consider that art. I would still consider that communication. So all I'm saying is I can understand people's initial trepidation, but I think time has proven them wrong. We have seen versions of this play out multiple times. A good example would be the advent of electronic music. So it used to be that if you wanted to make a guitar noise, you'd better learn to play guitar, Jack. You better pick up a guitar and learn to play the guitar, and when you're good at it, you get to make nice guitar noises. But now that we have keyboards and computers, it's possible for us to simulate the noises made by instruments. A person with no mechanical musical skill can construct a song that sounds identical to a song made by an actual guitarist or keyboardist. No longer is mechanical skill necessary. And we see that a lot with modern music. It's not a coincidence that modern musicians, the popular ones, tend to be singers with a backup track accompanying them, whereas the band, like the guitarist, singer, bass, drummer, that's still around, obviously, but it's not really the mainstream, image of a music group that we think of these days. Times change, but obviously, mainstream pop music is art. Even if the backing track is made via computer, it's art. Of course it's art. Obviously it's art. I think anyone who disagrees with that is silly. I do think there's value in putting in the direct human work yourself, and I like that more, but it's still art. It's kind of like free-form illustration and digital illustration. Digital illustration is objectively easier than doing regular traditional illustration, by the way, in so many ways. I can't even begin to count them. As somebody who's done a good bit of both. Huge difference in, overwhelmingly so. And there are things that you can do in digital that just, like texture mapping, or like applying like additional layers, where you just have like a pattern brush or something like that. You can do work that would have taken months for a Renaissance painter in that amount of time with no effort and very little thought.
And is something lost there? Yes, but that's okay. Give me two images. One of them is a square of plaid that has been hand painted with painstaking attention to detail, and give me one that was done with a brush and a computer that was printed in 2 seconds. Which one will I feel more emotively attached to? Which will feel like a direct communication with me in a more impactful sense? The one that was hand painted. But that's okay. Giving people options to produce images without as much effort needing to be involved is a good thing. It's a good thing that we're lowering the bar for engagement to produce things, you know? I don't think we should live in a world where you have to be some kind of Renaissance painter in order to, you know, be able to produce something beautiful. I don't think we should live in a world where you have to be a master at a guitar or whatever to make a good song. The easier it is to go from brain to production. Wait, didn't you hate AI art? Why don't you wait for the point? Why don't you wait? Why don't you wait? Didn't I? Well, I did. So maybe there's somewhere I'm going with this. Maybe, possibly. Getting to it. So, to summarize my positions here, over time, through technology, we have made it easier to do things that used to be only able to be done by masters of an artistic craft. Illustration and painting have been supplemented by photography, but they have not been replaced, have they? Traditional illustration has been supplemented by digital illustration, but not replaced. People still value traditional illustration. Being able to just pull out a bar napkin and doodle something with a pen has a simplistic ease to it that will never be overtaken by the availability of digital imaging. And as that's all the case, AI art will never replace other kinds of art. But it's doing damage. I want to lead into this in a couple of ways. The first one is a very immediate, very real problem with AI art production that is, I think we can all agree is a problem, you know? Maybe like the defenders will say like, we can overcome this, we can look past this. A big problem right now is that, oh God, people, chat, stop asking questions. Shusty, I'll ban you permanently in real life. Stop. Oh my God. You know what? Mods. Mods, just ban them. It's just, if they're adding me, just ban them for an hour. I'm serious. Oh my God. They have no self-control. I'm not here to engage with them. Please, I get distracted easily. Oh my God. I'm gonna get to all the points. I said wait. I said wait. Please. Oh my God. Okay. Here's a big problem, all right? When AI art first started getting a ton of mainstream attention, it was about 6 months ago, and it was with these DALL-E images that everyone agrees are delightful. These. They get produced in a batch, and I assume the prompt for this one was like, Chewbacca, a day in the life of Chewbacca, or something like that, you know. Maybe it was a composite of several, I don't really know. But they tend to look like this, which is a computer uses Google image search results to get the gist of what you're saying and produce what is almost always a very, very, very funny, like, vibe-based approximation of it. You know what I mean? Like, when we look at stuff like this, it's funny because, like, they get the attitude sometimes, and it's like, yeah, you know, it's like grungy, like, it's inherently ironic, I think. It's cursed, it's ironic. Yeah, it gives you a mood board. I think these are great. I think these are really funny. So, I want to point out I don't have an issue with this. The existence of stuff like this, ban them! The existence of stuff like this is never going to compromise the work of real artists. Now, there's a problem. This is what a modern AI art piece looks like. And here we have an issue. This looks really good. In fact, it looks so good that it could have been painted by a human. AI generated art. There you go, right? Can't deny the aesthetic value. You know how they make these? AI art programs like those make images like those by feeding into them the work of existing artists. And after you've done that enough, you can add some precursors and adjectives, and they can generate in an artist's style what a painting might look like given those conditions. Now, I want you to think about being an artist and having a program like that exist. AI art has gotten pretty good, folks, and I've already seen instances of it accurately replicating the style of real artists. Now, I don't have an issue with art being able to be created quickly, but imagine being an artist, that being your job. Let's say you draw, I don't know, let's say you draw Metal Gear Rising Revengeance fan art. That's what you do. You draw fan art. You have a really distinctive style. People really like what you produce. You've drawn a bunch of the characters, you know. And then, after feeding your art into an AI algorithm, somebody with the push of a button can just use your style to produce art on characters you haven't drawn yet. And then those images start showing up. And the AI algorithm even copied your signature in the bottom right. And you start seeing people praising you for art you didn't make. Art that you now... Should you even make it? This is your job, after all. People pay you to see the art you make. But you already made that art. As far as other people are concerned, and that is your art style, maybe you could draw the character in a different pose or change things in some way, but that is, as far as the audience is concerned, an accurate replication of what you would have drawn. Now, I want you to understand how this is distinct from other types of technology overtaking the artistic process. The other stuff we've talked about, photography, electronic music, digital art, these are all ways to make it easier to produce something, but they don't necessarily entail muscling in on somebody else's art the way that this modern AI production is. You know, being able to make a song in GarageBand without ever touching a guitar, you know, that doesn't necessarily entail like just like producing a song from like that a band might have produced, like with their singer's voice, everything, you know, just like that, and then just putting that out there, and then people just treat it as a new song from them effectively, except it was made by you. Can you understand where I'm coming from here? Sorry, there's a kind of person I need to acknowledge here. The problem that I have when it comes to talking about AI art is that there are subhuman pieces of shit who are so fanatically devoted to the advent of progress that they can't even conceive of something like this being damaging to a medium. They're so married to the idea of any technology that could be developed must necessarily be like valuable, good technology. Like this person. Hold on. Which is really frustrating because obviously, you know, I'm very clearly not ideologically opposed to the development of new technologies and the social change that comes with it. In fact, I tend to be overwhelmingly in favor of it whenever it's, you know, possible to implement. Boss, it's sounding like you're saying we need to work just for work's sake. New one. Mods permanently ban anyone who disagrees with me. We're going to go that direction. I'm not saying that. The fact that you think that means that you're brain damaged and you need a helper. This chat cannot help you. I cannot help you. As I said, my problem is not people disagreeing, it's misunderstanding what I've said. You could only have said that if you weren't listening. So to move forward, I am generally quite favorable to the social changes that technology brings about. In fact, I think like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to be in favor of that sort of thing. But if you can't imagine what that might do to artistic production from the perspective of artists, you don't have much of an imagination. Here, I'll give you another one. Guys, Think right now of the ways in which big budget game and movie studios will cut corners wherever they can. Rather than, say, hiring an artist for their work, what if they get concept art that just so happens to look exactly like it was done by that artist because they had somebody feed hundreds of drawings from that artist into an AI program that then regurgitated hundreds and thousands of iterations on their art style until they found something that was good enough for them to use it as their own? That's all a back-end process. They could still put that forward publicly as, you know, concept art for their game or for their movie. They don't have to pay anyone. They don't have to acknowledge anyone's work. You know, there's no copyright issue here. No one's the copyright police aren't going to come down. That image was produced by an AI. You must have fed it their art. No. Storyboard artists, concept artists, hell, even types of animations are getting algorithmically handled these days. I hope you guys can understand, in a world where the brief glimpses of creativity we get are framed through a corporate-oriented system, it can be dangerous to give corporations the ability to simulate creativity and authentic artistic production with that degree of fidelity. You know, leaving aside the labor rights issues of people having their work stolen and iterated upon by an AI, you know, that's one thing. But additionally, can you imagine what that attitude towards artistic production would do in the long run to any kind of creative development? I mean, why even have auteurs? Why even have creatives when the things they produce can just be fed into a system that'll produce a literal infinite number of permutations of their work? And you just choose the one that's the best. Can you understand the issue there? As somebody who considered getting into commissions drawing art before I started streaming, the idea of somebody being able to take 20 or 30 of your existing drawings and just do what you do, but better and faster and forever with no limits whatsoever, that is genuinely terrifying. Look at this image right here from R.J. Palmer. This is a famous artist. They've drawn realistic Pokemon. That's their thing. They like drawing that. Here we go. Anyone had any luck getting Midjourney or Stable Diffusion to output R.J. Palmer's work? I'm trying to make some realistic Pokemon AI art in the Arvelis style. Here's an attempt at creating a Charizard. Now, if you look at these attempts right here, which they're going to show, they're not that great. You can see the AI algorithm is struggling a bit in these specific instances. However, I will say, it is only a matter of time. The AI art algorithms have done a remarkably good job of simulating existing art. This guy draws, this is his style. He'll draw, you know, realistic, spooky-looking Pokemon. Say he drew the first 80 of the 150, you know? Say, he's drawn 1 through 80, and the rest of them he's yet to draw. And then somebody feeds your first 80 drawings into the program and produces the remaining 71. Can you understand? This isn't like photography. This isn't like electronic computer noises. It's not like digital art. There's something else here. You understand, right? I mean, it kind of is. No, it's not. The artist is a leftist too. A little bit earlier than that, if I could find it, there was an art competition that got won by a person who entered an AI-generated image. Now, this is great for the tech fetishistic who are interested in demonstrations of AI art's potential and ability, but for people who actually care about art competitions, there can be issues. Was this deleted off Twitter? Why wasn't this AI art competition winner? I thought I'd retweeted that. Maybe I didn't. Here we go. AI-generated artwork goes viral after winning award at State Fair. There it is. It was printed. Not just a JPEG online. This got printed on a canvas. And as you can see, it's beautiful. It won first place. The person who produced this art, of course, didn't actually paint or produce anything. He wouldn't have had to make any choices about composition. Instead, what he did was he fed an existing batch of artists into a computer program and kept hitting regenerate until we got something that looked like this. On sale for $750, by the way. Mind you, it's not the person who made the paintings that fed into the algorithm that's getting this attention. We don't even necessarily know whose art was fed into the algorithm. Anonymized and obliterated, the information gone. The only thing remaining is the amalgamation created by the program, sold by the person who clicked the button. This is incomparable to photography or electronic music or anything else. That's the difference. It's not about being able to make art easier. It's about the ways in which it facilitates that. Photography did not have the capacity to replace all artistic value, all artistic merit brought about through illustration or painting. Electronic music done on the computer did not annihilate the band or the musician. This, in a unique way, has the capacity not only to annihilate information, but also to steal the styles that people have spent years refining. People go to college to develop their art styles, you know? How do you think it would make them feel? Spend years and years and years learning exactly how the proportions, the line work, the color composition, and then, well, we're only humans. The AI can just do that faster and better. Is AI art art? You know, I don't really know, but the problems with it aren't inherently related to the question. They're not, even if you said yes, I think you should be able to agree that this is an issue. In fact, I'll be a little bit stronger with my language. Even if you think AI art is cool and interesting and so on, you know, which is fine. It is interesting. You know, even if you're pro AI art in general, if you don't see stuff like this as a problem, I think you're psychopathic. I think you fundamentally relate an ability to understand like human emotions and the way like this impacts the industry. I think you're wrong on that objectively. I think a lot of this stuff is subjective, but I think I'm just right on that. Yeah. Moreover, while I'm not opposed to people being able to make things easier, there is no denying that the AI art generation really cuts down on the communicative weight of what's being produced. If you're assembling a song electronically, that's a lot of work. Like, you think making a song is easy? Just because you don't have to strum the guitar to make the guitar noise? No. As somebody who's tried to put tracks together in GarageBand, buddy, making a song can require a degree in and of itself, even if you're not directly playing the instruments. People get degrees in photography. The shot composition behind, like, photography requires skill and effort and talent. Digital illustration, which is mainstream medium for illustration now because it's a lot easier and a lot more convenient and a lot more, well, it's easier to fix mistakes too than traditional illustration. This hasn't destroyed the ability for people to express themselves. You're still drawing it digitally. You're still producing what you want to produce. The same can't be said of stuff like this. It just can't. You can feed a bunch of existing paintings into it, and then just something pops out that looks nice, and people do tend to have an intuitive appreciation for composition and color. And then you go with that. It would be like GarageBand, except what you do is you feed it like 50 songs from Audioslave, and then it produced a new song that sounded like an Audioslave song, and then you just put that forward as your own song. Like, you didn't do anything at all. You just like listened to it, and you were like, oh, this isn't that good. Hit regenerate. It produces another one, and after like
20 minutes or something, you find one that sounds good, and you're like, okay, release. Can AI do that right now with current existing technology? Yeah, probably. But I also think that's kind of a problem, you know? The main difference, though, is that the production of music has a strong celebrity status tied to it, where people know bands, but oftentimes the art that you see in your world, you don't know the artist who produced it. Usually it takes a direct, specific appreciation for an artist to know they're the ones producing what you're looking at. But you have stuff like this right here. AI-generated art wins fine arts competition. Look at this. If this was painted by a person, if this was painted by a human, I look at this and I'd think, I'd be interested. What made them want to frame it this way? What emotions went into it? Why are the ballerina's arms so long and inhumanly gangly like that? What intention? What motivations? What went into it? But I know what went into this. Other artists who have spent years developing their talent had their art stolen from them, put into a computer box, and then that computer box spit out some stuff until the person hitting the button thought it looked okay. So when I look at this now, that's all I can think of. And as long as I can recognize that distinction, I feel okay. But man, eventually, they're going to start using this AI art all over the place. You're going to be looking at advertisements that weren't made by humans. You're going to be looking at video game concept art, animations, and 3D models that weren't made by humans. The humans will be doing the coding, they'll be doing the back-end work, but there will be no such thing as an auteur. There won't need to be. Much in the same way that for a long time fashion companies have just been ripping off the designs of auteur creators and shamelessly repackaging it for their own purposes, it'll be like that, but with no possible recourse, because it'll be done completely anonymously. All the stuff that'll be produced by the AIs will be composites of multiple artists, multiple pieces. There will be no way of knowing. We won't be able to tell the difference. We won't even know that we're not being talked to anymore. You understand? You will look at a world, you will look down at a city where 1,000 images are staring back at you and not know whether an ounce of human thought went into their production. It is a deeply alienating concept, and if you disagree with me on this, you cannot call yourself a Marxist. I'm drawing another line on this one. You may think that AI art generation has a place in our world, and I agree that it does, because to an extent, digital art already entails the use of algorithms that are basically AI-generated brushes or textures. It's not as though AI is never used in art. We've already been doing it for a while, and I don't think it's inherently wrong. But this specific implementation involves a very dehumanizing, very anti-labor, anti-creativity, anti-life approach towards artistic production, which I think we should be principally opposed to. I think we should be in favor of human connection to artistic production. I cannot even begin to imagine how nightmarish a world would be where human media is indeterminately human, where you have songs that hit the top 40 that not a human worked on, or you'll have movies that had no one except the board of executives work on it. Nothing else. Every voice of a character, a composite of previous voices that have done well in box office results. Every character, a deep fake, a composite of pre-existing ones. This can be extrapolated out infinitely. We have pretty good computer. We have pretty good machine learning these days. It's only going to get better. Before long, within our lifetime, all this will be possible. Machine-written books. Machine-written books. Would you like that? Reading through books and not knowing if a human wrote it or if it's just an incredibly complicated algorithm compositing a ton of passages, events, characters, places, things, themes from other popular books and regurgitating it. Is the book good? It's a trick question. The book cannot be good. It is incapable of being good because the purpose of a book is to be art, and it cannot be art.
I'll now that I've worked myself up, I think I'm going to use some more direct language. So get ready to be called subhuman a bunch, I guess. I think that people who disagree with me on this is what designates the line between people who think of art as communication and art as spectacle and entertainment. And I really do think less of the people in the latter category. I know that COVID has been tough on us, and a lot of you probably don't see many others, and you don't think much of the inherent meaning and worth of another conscious life brushing up against your own. But the world is given so much texture, so much life, literally life, for the experiences and disagreements and agreements and everything that we have, the communication, the eye contact, the everything that we have with other people. It's given meaning. I think so, meaning in a properly philosophical sense. I don't think that it's the same as mere experience and entertainment. Because to go down that road would be to say that there's no difference at all between living midst humans and living in like a holodeck that's indistinguishable. Maybe there are people in my community who believe that, who think that there is no real difference between living a life midst humans and living a life that is perceptively identical amidst AI generated people who fill all the same roles and do the same stuff. I think anybody who thinks that's the same, I think that's terrifying that you think that. I hope to God you never have the power to pull our world in that direction. I think it's sad as well, like deeply, deeply, deeply sad. I do think that communication is empowered and enriched through the knowledge that there is an exchange of ideas between you and other conscious beings. To reduce that, to say, no, it's not about the exchange, it's not about the contact or the communication, it's just about the raw data that I'm given. This is an anti-humanistic perspective. To reduce this element is to reduce humans to nothing but walking pocket watches or calculators, to reduce us so that we're nothing but an export of noises and of matter and energy, as opposed to what I think we are and what we should treat each other as, which is other consciousnesses. Clearly, there's something interesting behind consciousness. It's kind of the whole way we do things and are able to do things. I think there's something unique and special about it. And if you disagree with me on this, then you should be able to explain to me how it would be as morally correct to murder another real living human being as for you to murder like an AI simulation of another human being. If you really believe that consciousness and interconsciousness communication has no inherent value, then there should be no difference between a human and an AI construct of a human with a force field wrapped around them. If you think there's a moral difference between those two things, then you must cede to my argument. There is something outside of the experiential engagement that is worthwhile. There isn't other than the law. You're inhuman. There's no difference between murdering a holodeck AI and murdering a real human being. You're inhuman. Your techno-fetishism will be the death of all of us. No, scum, I mean it. I really do. I feel on this the same fervor I think the conservatives do when they think of the Bugmen or whatever. It's truly, again, there's great potential for AI art to do good things. I accept that. Everyone should accept that. But if people don't see the issues here, I don't even know. I don't even know. What more can I say? That's an insane extrapolation. How does just liking art for its aesthetics and nothing else make you not care about people's actual feelings? I think you're a sociopath. I hate you. I despise you. I want you to know that. If I see you in person, it's on site. There must be a way to convey this in like a philosophical proof, but I know that I'm right on this, and you all know it too. People who disagree with me on this are acting, rejecting their actual beliefs. This is,
You haven't thought it out properly. I refuse to believe that there are people here who sincerely believe that there's no value to art outside of experiential aesthetic. That there's no difference whatsoever between a scribble done by Dali and a scribble done by the errant wind blowing a pencil. That those are exactly the same things with no differences whatsoever. That the intent put into a work has no meaning or bearing. Does intent not matter? Do we not factor intent into our perception of media all the time? If it's AI-generated art, there is no intent anymore. You realize that, right? Does intent not enrich your appreciation of a piece of media once you learn? Haven't you ever really cared about something, like a movie, and then listened to the director's commentary and listened to what the director intended and like, oh, that's what they meant. And like, it means if it's AI generated, if that's an AI movie, there will be no intent. Why will it have been that way? Because the algorithm produced it that way as part of an incredibly complicated, impossible to understand composite of factors that you simply, no human can actually peer into and fully understand. What about when AI becomes sentient? If it's sentient, then it's conscious. That's totally, no. I'm talking about non-conscious produced art. If AI is sentient, then as far as I'm concerned, that's personhood. Yeah, so no, that's, yeah. Oh, okay, thank God. I have never said anything to contradict that. I'm talking about a lack of consciousness here. If it's properly sentient, then it would have something I would call consciousness. Maybe a different kind of consciousness. Maybe it'd be different from us. But yeah, no, obviously, if there was an AI and it was properly sentient, then it's communicating with us when it does something. Only if you have access to intent. If you engage with a random anonymous piece of art on the internet, it's no different. It might as well be AI art. Wrong, because you can still speculate on intent. I do it all the time. I was doing it right here. Why did the artist do this? Why did the artist choose to frame things this way? Is she looking into a fire? Is her right leg raised? Why are her arms so spindly? Is this a nightmare? If it's an AI image, the only answer is because the algorithm made it that way. It destroys artistic analysis because intent is no longer on the table. Let me see if I can put this another way. Okay, let me see if I can put this another way. The suicide hotline is a phone number you can call if you're sad. Step one. Imagine if AI algorithms were capable of effectively synthesizing human speech and conversation. They're already getting pretty good at it. Okay? So imagine now, when you call the suicide hotline, you know for a fact that there is a 50% chance that the person who picks up is going to be a real human, and a 50% chance that it's going to be an AI which is indistinguishable from a real human. You already know there is a difference, even if every word's the same and you're never able to find out which is which, because that person will never know if they're talking to a real human. Yeah, you understand. It's not just what's heard. It's not just the vocal tones. It's not just the electrical information communicated through the phone. It needs to be a person. You would never find out. Now imagine a world where you know it's possible to do AI simulations of a person's voice to the extent that it cannot be detected or challenged by you. And the suicide hotline never says that they use them. But you know that staffing real humans costs money, and there are a finite number of them who can be active at a time. But if you have AI people answering the suicide hotline, you have an infinite number of them who are working for free. An objectively superior service. Now, you don't know whether or not they're using those AI-generated voices, but it would make sense if they did, and you would never find out. You understand.
There is something special about humans communicating with other humans, or life with other life. I would not love my cat anywhere near as much if I didn't know that he was capable of some kind of basic primitive affection towards me. If you just put an AI that could imitate Artemis' behavior perfectly with no feeling or thinking, just a mechanical implementation of those behaviors, I wouldn't love him. He would still be cute, sure, but obviously my affection for Artemis is heavily motivated by the fact that he could dislike me, but he doesn't. He likes me a lot. I hope you get what I'm talking about here. I want to make a couple of things clear. First of all, if the AI is sentient, that's totally fine. That's communication. That's intent. Sentience means you act with intent. I think that's like part of the definition. At least it does in my head. That's one. For two, I don't think AI art is always and inherently bad. For example, like I said earlier, I find stuff like this delightful. I think it's very funny. The main difference is that stuff like this will never meaningfully replace, substitute, alter, or destroy the human experience. It's just funny, Question for people who don't get it. If you're playing a co-op game, would you rather have a friend in your team or an AI bot? Andara Bledin, I can answer that even better, okay? Imagine you're playing online games. Okay, you know how TF2 lobbies are unusable because they're full of bots? Right? Imagine if the bots get better. It's not just a bunch of gameplay aim bots. Instead, these are bots that talk. They talk in voice chat. They'll talk with you about your day. They'll talk about their day, though they're lying. Can you imagine playing in a Team Fortress 2 lobby and not knowing whether you're talking to people? Again, maybe to some of you, the innate horror of this concept, the loneliness, the alienation, maybe to some of you this doesn't elicit any feelings. For me, this is genuinely despicable. The bot is tolerable when it does not imitate humans, but as soon as it steps over that line, an algorithm attempting to, be a facsimile of us, as soon as it steps over that line, that's the point where it becomes intolerable. That's where I get upset. Right, because you're being lied to. And I wouldn't mind, by the way, if I always knew. But that's the problem with the AI art. You don't always know. That's why they were winning art competitions. You get me? If you produced for me a painting and you said, look at this, AI produced, beautiful, and everyone was like, look at this triumph of AI art, I think that's kind of cool. The problem is that technology, because it's all freeware online, is going to be disseminated, and eventually you're not going to know whether or not something is AI art or not. You're not actually going to know. I hope everyone understands why I'm upset with this. I also don't have any solutions. Legitimately, I have no solutions whatsoever. However, I think I would probably be in favor of, if it ever came down to it, policy which banned the use of or offered copyright protections for any AI-generated art used in commerce. For example, if AI-generated art is used in commerce, if there was some mechanism by which the artists whose work was fed into the system, they could prove it, or anything, like maybe not prove it necessarily, but like something. Is that like viable? I don't really know. Is that possible? I don't really know. It's difficult to say. But I do get really, really, really depressed when I think, I guess my belief, my optimistic belief, is that humans like humans, that we act in solidarity for the most part, and that humans have an innate affinity for communication. So if people felt like they were getting fucked over by AI, like AI generated everything, they would dislike it. Like people would develop arbitrary preferences for identical things they knew were produced by humans. The same way humans today will pay 10 times as much for pottery if they knew it was made by hand. The same way we'll pay more for paintings if it's the original of that painting as opposed to an identical reproduction of that.
Like, humans already seem to have a bias towards authenticity from other humans, which we express culturally and commercially. And I hope that we keep that up, because I think that's a good thing. I think it's good to value an original painting more than a perfect reproduction of it. I think it's good that a Da Vinci drawing is worth more, the original, than a replication of it, even if it's completely indistinguishable between the two. I think that's a good thing. I like that. I like that we have a bias towards humanity. I like that we have an arbitrary preference for the real experience, the tactility, the connection, that knowing it was something the artist must have painted on directly. I think that means a lot to us. But it depresses me when I see people in chat who are like, yeah, art is nothing more than shapes and colors. And, if it was made by humans as a part of an expression of their personal beliefs and values, or if it was just randomly generated and some guy selected it because it looked pretty, like, that's fine. That's the same to me. Those people depress me a lot. I get actually sad when I see that perspective represented in chat. So yeah, I ended up being a little bit more contentious here than I wanted to, but I hope I made my point. I want to make it clear again. It's this something specific to the AI art. The AI art. I have trouble saying that. That's different than the other like technological innovations. Oh hey, Vermin. There's something different there, and that difference is valuable. It's worth criticizing. And in a purely practical sense, the fact that right now there are real life artists who are fearing that their art styles are going to be replicated perfectly by AI, that's not good. That's actually bad. That's anti-artist, that's anti-labor, that's anti-worker, that's anti-creativity, and its broad implementation would be destructive not only to artists, but also to the artistic process of media in general. If it's just this rote copying that goes out of control. And that's true. Taxidermy can't be AI replicated yet, Vermin. Let me, Frank Massett with $10. I'm a 3D artist and tinkered around with Midjourney app outside of work. I see value in it as a tool to assist in concepting. Sometimes it's tricky to concept when everything's already been done. Yeah, I don't have anything inherently against the implementation of algorithms in some art generation stuff. It's just we all know where this is going. AI art can't be copyrighted. Is that true? Oh, I didn't know this. This is actually very good. If AI art cannot be copyrighted, that discourages its use in commercial production, meaning that it would be a bad idea to use it in like video game, movie, book covers, like that kind of stuff, because you couldn't copyright it. The problem is, how are you going to prove that it's AI generated? Right? That's a difficult question. But yeah. And if corporations push to have it copy, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Simulocon. I'm glad that yeah. Big ugly watermarks and all AI produced art. We'll see. Yay, property rights? Property rights. This is about not being able to copyright stuff. This is the opposite of property rights. Brady to send the $5. What do you think of the concept of death of the author? I think it's fine, but death of the author is a choice that you choose to make as part of an analysis of a piece of media. It's not the same as like the actual obliteration of all conscious intent behind a piece of media. Balan Cyrillic, Sad Communist Dog, and Tat Loani, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I really appreciate that. The Anonymous Ginger, thank you for the $5. Both. As an actor, I disagree experience alone does not constitute art, but I agree experiences being made by other people is what makes them meaningful. Sure, if you can parse that difference if you like. You can say that you don't need intent for it to be art, but you need it for it to be meaningful art. Like, oh, that's fine by me. I can't define art. Nobody can define art, You don't have to know why someone did something on a stage for it to be art. It just matters that a person did. Oh no, then you would agree, like for art, Thoughts on art made by gravity pushing paint across a canvas? You mean like those ones where they'll like bunch up a bunch of acrylic paint on one side of the painting and then like pull the canvas down and make it drip down? Those are all decisions for humans to make. That's a human doing it. It's just a technique. It's not the obliteration of intent, you know. Tony Miller is the $10. I've been on the Midjourney beta since it was under 1K users. Seeing it evolve has been the most creatively conflicting experience of my life. I think you're missing some of the nuances, but I agree. Oh God, you're like one of the scientists in the Manhattan Project. Dumb Bunny and Hungry Wolf of Fayette, thank you for the $5 both. What if you input your own art pieces into an AI generator? Is that just lazy? Well, that's definitely lazy. I guess I would say that is a poor attitude towards art production, you know? I'm okay with people learning to produce things quickly. That's fine. But creativity suffers with attitudes like that. The only valid painting is paintings by crows and ravens. True. Anthropocentrism, Mark. Wait, I've always been anthropocentric. Wait, I am absolutely like a philosophical humanist. That human experience is like the centerpiece of the universe. I didn't play Detroit Become Human, so I can't say socialist, Seto. But weren't the androids in that game sentient? Yeah, so if they're sentient, then as far as I'm concerned, they're people. Charlotte96, your boy Shamoy, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. The Lon, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Oni Shujo with the 690 and 690 again, thank you very much. Look at this, it's funny as fuck. No, that's too many words. Never. I'll keep that in mind, Oni Shujo. At what point can you determine AI to be sentient? I do not know. I don't know. I'm sorry. That is so beyond. I can't define art. I don't know what art is. I think it should require communication of some kind, even if it's not understood communication, but fucking it's art, you know, no one can define that, whatever. I can't define sentience, you know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows, you know. What's your opinion on Data from Star Trek making art? Well, Data was sentient. He was a person. Data being a person was like the central theme of his entire character arc through the show. Oni Shujo? Shoujo? Oni Shoujo? Is that it? Watch this short film written by an AI. Okay, can I just say one more thing? Okay, one more thing. There's a video that I actually really like. It's from a small YouTuber who I'm doing a big favor by shouting out right now. They're called Tom Scott. And today we're going to see something incredible. The title is, I asked an AI for video ideas and they were actually good. I don't know if the video is copyrighted. I don't think it is because Tom Scott's pretty cool and I doubt he'd do that. But basically an AI algorithm, can I get to a point where okay, here, he lists some of them. Look. So these are just made by an algorithm after they took a bunch of data from his YouTube channel.
Down to the airport which lands planes on water. I googled it and that would be Vancouver Harbour's seaplane terminal. I've been there. I've seen it before. I just never thought to film it. To write the script. I just gave it one instruction and it did mess in West Yorkshire. Through her friendship with his sister, she...
Oh, this right here. This last bit of the video right here is a script that was written by the AI. So all this was, it created a pretty authentic sounding script, even though it was wrong. So here's the thing. I really like this video. You know why? I really like this video because it's being delivered to me by a human. The AI generated script and video titles are being produced to be showcased by a person. In this case, I think the AI algorithm is enhancing the world. It's interesting, it's cool, because it's producing something that Tom Scott can frame a video around. And the video itself, the actual art that I'm looking at, the piece of media, all of this is being produced, framed, interpreted, and delivered from Tom Scott. Any part of this video you could look at and ask, why is it the way that it is?
Well, it's because Tom Scott made it that way. And he made it that way for this reason or another, you know? You could never look at a part of this video and go, oh, well, that's just the algorithm. Does that make sense? The algorithm there is producing stuff for the human to use as part of his media. To knowingly, to identify it as AI produced, to point it out, to you know, make fun of it, to make jokes out of it. He's making the video. It's his video. The AI stuff is just featured in it. I like that. I like that a lot. I gotta get done with these donos. Gotta rewrite it with the $10. Buy yourself some sleep aids. Yeah, maybe. Morgan does things. Thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Nice. Still alive. Thank you for the $5. What are your thoughts on Andy Warhol's mass production art? You know, of Marilyn Monroe and such. I think it's great because it's meaningful. Aaron Michael Simpson, thank you for the $3. Do you think Biden is performing better than Obama? I like Biden a lot more than Obama. Lava Monster and Dionysus56, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Did you see the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights accusing China of crimes against humanity in Xinjiang and then quitting a few minutes later? No? Gotta look at that next stream. Whew. Spyrogal, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Glad you're enjoying your new job. Rivera Life with a very kind tier 4 sub. Just a dono to thank you for taking the time during your ear surgery to give rhetoric coaching, transforming Sleepy Biden to Dark Brandon. We owe you a debt. Yes, hopefully I'll be sung of in the history books. Glad to see it worked out. Beyond Safe Words and Ed Gops, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Gotcha, Beyond Safe Words. I'll give it a look. Oh Hako, thank you for the $10. Really, excuse me, appreciate that. Vosh, I love when you go through steps of how you form your beliefs just like you did. I'd love to see more of that whenever it makes sense to do so. Yeah, I like talking about my thought process. Vosh, for real, how are you different from a Luddite? Dr. Strangelove, how are you different from a person who is in a fucking coma? Can you describe to me the difference in brain activity between yourself and a person in a coma? The Luddites were people who felt shafted as workers because their jobs were being automated with no support system whatsoever to allow them to continue their work and feed their families. I'm talking about the slow eradication of human intercommunicative art production in being replaced by AI algorithms that are used interchangeably and indistinguishably from real human. There's no relationship between these things at all. You just, in your mind, you're thinking like, disagrees with technology. Disagrees with technology. Would you say, would you say that to anyone? Like, under any circumstance? Like the Pentagon, like, develops some new fucking baby skull-seeking drone technology, and I'm like, this might not be good, and you're like, what makes you different from a Luddite? What do you mean? I can have opinions. Also, the Luddites were the good guys. They're being fucked over. Fishy98, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. No, I did not see that, but I should. James Mitchell, the $2. Yeah, he has. Nova Lapointe, thank you for the $2. What is he running for? The funny thing is, Biden kicked it into high gear despite not planning to run for presidency next term, which is pretty funny. Enoxki, thank you for the very kind $15. I swear to God, I will do an advice video on DMing soon. I get asked this literally every single stream, so I guess I should have already, but I promise I will. Thank you, I really appreciate it. It's Fred Brennan. You don't understand how AI works. I DM'd you, Vosh, want to debate on this? No, you don't. You don't want to debate me on this. You don't. You don't actually want to debate me on this. Also, I don't see where I got a DM. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Kalik Tessie, thank you for the $5. Zigabiz, the tier 3 sub, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Hamza Prime Number, thank you for the $5. Maybe. Top, thank you for the 10 Australian. Yeah, that's true. There's also racism between different minority groups that can be reinforced and pretty bad. And Oxgate, thank you for the $5. I did some canvassing for Wisdems last Sunday through PV22. They didn't know who you or PV22 were, so I gave them links to both. Hell yeah. Thank you for spreading the good word, my disciple. Thank you, Rivera Life. I appreciate that. Yes, I do it on Twitter. No, you don't. You don't. Nobody can disagree with me on this. I'm just right. Just let it be. I think you misunderstand AI art technically at a machine learning level. But I've seen the process. You can feed drawings into the AI-generated art. And by doing so, it can produce something of some... if there's a disagreement you have, you can share it with me, but this isn't the kind of thing that I want to have a debate on. It's like a technical issue. The DALL-E ones are cherry-picked? Yeah, but we were looking at the other one, that other art production thing. When you're done, can I please see one of the cats? I'm sick, I missed them. Okay, hold on. No, I need to... I'm wrapping up soon. Let me read donuts and finish. Let me show a cat. Cat? Cat? Cat. Locked and loaded. Oh. Also your food. Oh, gotcha. Hell yeah. Look at this fucking fish. He's looking at me. He's purring. Pardon me. Why? Ooh. Look at him. He's purring so hard. Ooh. Floppy. I love him. He must be, Vermin. Institution, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Maybe I should. Frank Musset, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Much appreciated, but that's okay. I'm treating the game dev thing as a personal art project. We'll see how well I can do on my own. iTrip Music, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I wonder what Vosh's take on Vocaloids is. I don't have a problem with Vocaloids. Vocaloids are just like the extension of being able to make a guitar noise or a drum beat in your computer program. You're just simulating human voice noises, but you're still like manually making the song, you know, or like you're managing its direction, you know, and the notes and everything. Though I do think they sound like shit. Aaron Michael Simpson, thank you for the $3. Maybe. The Gearcast, thank you for the 10 Australian. Really appreciate that. Do you think it was ignorant for people to have made fun of celebrities complaining about being stuck in quarantine in 2020 because you simply don't know how isolation can mentally mess with someone? I think it's okay to acknowledge that celebrities were suffering too, but I do think some of those celebrities were incredibly tone deaf about the way they went about expressing that. Moink with the tier 1 sub. One of the first things to get me to listen to you was that you didn't exclusively use the prejudice plus power definition of racism. The distinction is important. I agree. I think it helps a lot. Outreach. Frater Metal, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Lifar, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Good to know. Joysons, thank you for the tier 4 sub. That's incredibly kind of you. Hey, just wanted to share with you in chat that I got a promotion. I was talked into the interview by my manager, and I killed it and just found out today. Hell yeah, happy to hear that. Fuck yeah. That's dope as hell. Here's a bunch of AI algorithm things of your image. God damn. They all look better than my original one. Well, that's life. Doot doot. Yeah, why do I look old in all of them? Kyle Epstein, thank you for the $5. Vaughn took the $10. Could the artistry move with this technology from the images to understanding an algorithm and data set well enough to meaningfully influence what it outputs? I don't know if there would ever even be a need for that. Right now it seems like the AI art production requires about as much like artistic knowledge as Google searching something would, you know, like trying to generate different permutations of the existing information. Leifar, thank you for the $5. Grimlock, thank you for the $2. Waffle Man, thank you for the $5. I am glad that you saw Carpenter Brut in Portland, because he is pretty dope. He did score Fury, and that was also dope. Amy, thank you for the 2,000 yen. AI creations can be meaningless even if they look great, but it just means our understanding of art will have to change, like art changed after photography. It can shift the focus from technique to the communication. Well, it needs to have the communication. That's what I'm saying. Even if the technique shifts. Would I ever do the e-celebrity boxing stuff? Even if I was fully confident in the stability of my body to get back into boxing, I don't know how much I would even gain from that. I don't know if I'm in like the circles online where I would benefit from that. Oftentimes the e-celebrity boxing stuff, it really seems like a like a few people went out, but it seems like a lot of people go there in a desperate attempt to get clout, and like 2 or 3 people each time who weren't already super popular get like some additional attention. I don't know how reliable a method it is of actually getting eyes on you unless you really outperform the competition, but I'm not a boxer, so I don't know if that's really a vehicle for my, yeah. That's been a long time since I boxed, guys. Long time. Feel like if you box Crowder, I watch that. Listen, I'll go, but only if my opponent is a small, like, chick, okay? Like, 5'2" or something like that. Just make it nice and easy for me. You know, I'm really more of an ideas guy. So let's just get the fighting part over with really quick. I can't tonight, the chosen one. Strad Cumsock, I do. Laughing Panther, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Thanks for talking about the potential issues with AI art. Yeah. Yeah. Alan Payne, thank you for the $5. As someone whose only skill has been music, it's unironically triggering that people seem to think my work is no different from a cold unfeeling AI's. Yeah. Copy paste. Oh, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub. I was wondering when your name got yellow. It's Fred Brennan. You don't understand how AI works. DM, do you want to debate on this? We have stuff to talk about, plus making your site PayPal's only anti-poor. Well, I do hate poor people. Yeah, you can explain some stuff to me in DMs. I don't know if I can promise debating over that particular subject, but I don't know if my position on it would change. I mean, I've seen how people generate things. I've seen the forum threads of people talking about it because people screenshot them real angry like. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. But yeah. Nine-headed Hydra with the $10. Argument for the AI art point. Is there a difference between having a chatbot girlfriend and having a long-distance girlfriend? The humanity is important. Oh, okay. I thought for a second you were actually asking me as opposed to framing it. Yes, I fully agree. There's a difference between a chatbot girlfriend and a long-distance girlfriend. I couldn't agree more. All I'm saying is that if there was ever a program where people could get, like, their custom AI girlfriends, that, like, would respond to you with your messages and sex and everything and sound like a real human, and it was like a program you could get a subscription for. Like, holy sweet fuel, holy shit. Wasn't this literally the fucking plot of I mean, this is so dystopian that I'm literally describing plot elements from Blade Runner 2042. No, not her, guys. The AI in her was sentient. In Blade, or 2049, sorry, 2049. The little also her. No, in her the AI was sentient. Didn't someone get married to a chatbot already? Look, all I'm saying is, I want society to stay such that when people get married to chatbots, we all collectively agree that they're mentally ill and probably need help. I don't want that to be normalized, okay? Listen, we've normalized enough. It's time to start shaming again, all right? What about marrying Data? Data is sentient. Jeez. So if the chatbot was sentient, then it would be okay? Well, yeah. If the chatbot was sentient, then you'd be communicating with an actual with a person. Maybe they would be like trapped within the confines of computer expression, and that is a limitation, but you're still talking with a person. That would be like having a long distance girlfriend. IN word, the $7. Here's Jay-Z defending capitalism. Why would Jay-Z not defend capitalism? Wait, why is this a 2-minute voice link? What are you linking me? Shut up. Iron Pond, the $5. Have you seen League of Votan models for 40K? They're very cute. Error 404, all records expunged from library. Sorry, lads, the Imperium got to it first. Generic user 123 with $5. I don't wear black very often when I do. What? Hey, wait, how do you pause? Pause the thingy. Hey, fucking drippy. I didn't even need to ask you if it's comfortable, because I know it is. Did you know that you too can get a Politics is Dumb but Very Important shirt in only the highest quality cotton thread? Bet you didn't know that, did you? Well, if you want to, bosch.gg/merch. It's good shit. All right, lads. This stream ended up going on for about an hour and a half longer than I expected it to, but I enjoyed the stream a lot. Hope you guys did too. Take care. I'm gonna throw you guys over to who? You know what? Let's host Riverboat Jack. I like Riverboat Jack. Let's host Riverboat Jack. I'm gonna throw you over to Riverboat Jack. You're all beautiful people. I love you. I will probably see you tomorrow. I think I should stream tomorrow. Yeah, it really depends on how good of sleep I get. I have a dysfunctional sleeping schedule. It's very bad. It's not healthy. Oh god, it's so bad. I was just lying awake in bed from midnight to 6 a.m. I try to go to sleep. Going to sleep is the hard part. Going to bed's easy. You know, going to sleep is the hard part. Ugh. All right, good luck.